Bonville, so what's up, y'all? We are back with some NACL playoffs action, baby. It's day numero tres on the board, and we've got some more bangers coming your way, at least of this week, because the action is still not going to stop. I'm Rafa. I'm joined once again by Beatdown Boulevard, and for those that missed out on the action yesterday, well, don't you worry. We're going to get into that recap in just a moment. But first of all, Beatdown, we got some very important news to share. Second All-Pro team has officially been released, so we are going to drop the results here on our lower third, and then they should be up on socials as well. So let's get the reveal going.
Any second now, you know. There we go.
Hey!
Woo! I think most of these are, actually I think they're all pretty well deserved in their own right. I mean, Hoarder is a player who, you know, we've been really excited about since he joined the league. Not the highest expectations, but all year long he's been crushing it. I think Dardoch, Insanity, Sajid, Breezy, all playing really well in their own right throughout the regular split. So cool.
That's the thumbs up approval from Beatdown.
Yeah.
I think for me, I definitely put Sajid at first.
So did I.
I'm happy to at least see him still on the top 3 All-Pro, because I know that it wasn't just Broadcast Town. There was some players that got to vote, as well as co-streamers were invited to.
Yeah, Mark, flame him. That's right.
I'm not flaming anyone, but if you want to hop in on the conversation and put your opinions forth on who should have gotten this or that, or for the All-Pro mentions, go ahead and use the hashtag NACL at all of our social platforms, at NACL or at WatchNACL on Twitter specifically. We will, I think, get into first All-Pro ballot votes next week, as we'll still be a couple weeks away before the finals for this split. But Beatdown, we got a recap on what happened yesterday. We continued the best of 5 action. This time it was Dark Zero and Winthrop University. And unfortunately for the Eagles, they did not manage to soar very high.
Yeah, if anyone is not so interested in the recaps that we do, worry not. This is going to be a very short one, because this was a very short series. I remember telling Mazel that, wow, it's only 7:30. I have my whole night now. I don't really know what to do, because Dark Zero, after their surprising loss to Dorado Gaming, they said it in the interview that we had later on. They really kind of, Kizno talked about how they went back to the basics. They weren't trying to do anything too crazy or complicated, and well, it worked. They dismantled Winthrop from minute 1 of game 1.
Yeah, Beatdown, when I was catching up and watching the VODs from yesterday's games,
Yeah.
I got excited to see that the Nautilus jungle had finally appeared.
Oh yeah, you got
Only
messaged.
Only then to see, it's the Heartsteel Rush Nautilus.
I know.
Okay, well,
I know.
okay, it's
Are you a Leandri's believer as well?
I don't even think it has to be Leandri's. I've been talking to a few more people who are experimenting with
Are you an
Nautilus
AP
jungle.
believer?
Yes, I
Goat.
think
enough.
you should go AP for sure. Now, in that situation, it seems like they felt that Wilson was the only person that was going to be a reliable tank, a front line for that team. So, like, I get it. I understand why you want to go, like, max HP stacking, but I look at that team. You're in the Rumble, you're in the Maokai. All these guys do max percentage HP damage anyways, so to me, it felt like you're not getting that much value either way. So, anyway, you know, I think there's other things. You know, Protobelt or Leandri's AP Nautilus would not have saved Winthrop there. You know, these are just the small things that I nitpick, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. What does matter at the end of the day is where we stand in our playoffs bracket. As for today's matches, we are going to continue with the upper round, and Blue Otter taking on Conviction, Dorado Gaming taking on Luminosity, and then next week, after Supernova and Dark Zero were victorious and being able to move on in the lower bracket, they will continue having their second lives tested as they await to see who their opponents will be as a result from the matches today.
Yeah, and I will say, because of some of the surprise upsets we've had in the first round, I think being the lower bracket, not as enjoyable as you know, it could be in some instances, because on the one hand, at this point, you lose, you run into Supernova or Dark Zero. So there's two teams that, you know, we've rated pretty highly going into playoffs despite those upsets. Means that that second life is not a very safe one. So, you know, everybody wants to get that win here today. And if you do win, whoever wins one of these two matches, they move up to that winners finals. They're one best of 5 away from top 2, and they're guaranteed to top 3 finish as well. The top 2 is what we really want.
Yep, top 2 gets you into that LTA promotion tournament for 2026 Challenging Disguise position currently for the Tier 1 spot. But as we mentioned before, our schedule today is Blue Otter versus Conviction Esports, and then Dorado versus Luminosity. We are back into the best of 3 since it is still the first 2 rounds of the upper bracket. It's only until we get to the winners finals, which will be the winners after this one. Exactly.
Yeah.
So the winner of Blue Otter Conviction and Dorado Luminosity, they'll go up against each other, and that will be our first best of 5 in the upper bracket. So beatdown tonight. We bid adieu to best of 3s after. No more best of 3s, only best of 5s.
That's it. It's only best of 5s going forward. If you guys are best of 5 lovers, best of 5 enjoyers, I'm asking you for one more day. Can you give me one more day? That's it.
You got to do it like the Mission Impossible Tom Cruise ad. It's like, I'm asking you to trust me one last time.
Yeah, exactly. And that's it. After that, it's going to be best of 5s for the rest of playoffs. Full Fearless, a lot of exciting matchups. I'm sure today will be exciting as well, but not as exciting as best of 5s will be. But, of course, today's matches are really important as well because, of course, 2 of our teams are the participants in that upset we talked about. One of them being Blue Otter, beating Supernova, putting them in the lower bracket in round 1, getting to this point against Conviction.
And then the other upset will be the best of 3 after this one, involving Dorado Gaming being able to overtake Dark Zero. But for Blue Otter and Conviction Esports, a reminder to those who might not be familiar with the guys on this team, we got the rosters here locked and loaded to go. Quacker, Kryra, Samikin, Array, and Rovex. Now a reminder, Kryra and Array are newcomers to this roster ever since halfway through the split, where Array took the spot over for Chrome after he stepped down, and then Kryra came in to replace Low Jazz. And while it took a while for Blue Otter to figure out where their identity was and where their strengths were going to be, I think once we've moved into this best of 3 format, they've looked a lot better since, and clearly off of the strength of showing they got against Supernova last week.
I mean, you can really put an emphasis on a while, Mark, because it wasn't until basically the 11th hour that they really started to get it together, and winning that final match of the split against CCG was what got them here. And even though they narrowly made it, looking at their first round match, they have improved so much, and now they're finally here to play.
And going up against Conviction Esports, this roster has been, at the beginning when they were first announced, one that everyone was talking about, skeptical of how far they would go, but after their first day and they started getting the ball rolling, it is clear between TF Blade, Perry, Evolved, Viper, and Stunt, this roster has plenty of experience and enough skill to show what it takes that they can compete at the very best.
And you really got to give some credit over to Viper. I know Stunt spoke highly of him in an interview we had a few weeks back, and how well he has adapted to the new role in ADC, because this is his first split competing in this role, and he managed to get his way into 3rd All-Pro. He's had some of the most exciting performances that we've seen so far, especially when he's playing on the Vayne, because nobody quite plays it the way he does.
I mean, I think Jed was like, hey, this guy's picking Vayne. Where's my Vayne? I'm the
he played it
ADC
yesterday.
Vayne. You know, Viper starts playing ADC one split, and he gets to play all the fun champions. He's busting out Riven ADC, and he makes it work. Now, I hope we get to see that again today, if it shows its head. Maybe. But one thing that is very, very funny about this match, normally we would go into a recap about the last time these two teams played. Well, guess what, guys? There's no file for that, because the last time these two teams were scheduled to play, it ended up being a forfeit because of TR complications. Exactly. 4 not found.
We can't find the VOD.
We don't have highlights for this one, so this is the first time that Blue Otter and Conviction Esports are playing against each other this split.
Yeah, it's a very unique set of circumstances because it's very, very infrequent that we see FFs. I mean, since I joined the show in 2023, it's literally never happened, except this one time. And because it was a single round robin, there was no other opportunity for these teams to play. So for the first time in this playoffs, we have a first-time matchup here for Blue Otter and Conviction. And I think it's really worth noting too, because I've been saying the whole split that Blue Otter were a team that struggled most with this short regular split format because of all the roster changes. And the fact is, if we're looking at how they were performing in that regular split, this should have been a loss. It was highly likely that they lose the Conviction. Have they do that, well then, they wouldn't have had enough wins to make it into playoffs. So it is really some crazy twist of fate that gave them just enough space to be able to get that win against CCG, and now they've really grown into their own in this playoffs.
And Blue Otter are continuing to surprise us at every turn. I still can't get over the fact that they beat Supernova, and at least for us on the broadcast, it was a surprising one. But of course, to Blue Otter, to them, it wasn't a surprise. I still...
It's just business.
It's just business. I think Kryros said it, that they were fake #1 seeds, which was probably the boldest interview we've had yet so far this split. But I always am a big fan of when players are blunt and straightforward and are even willing to... I guess to us it sounds like trash talk, but to them there's like... No, it's just
I mean, it definitely is trash talk, but... Because trash talk can be true. So I think it's worth noting too, looking at those were regular season stats. Now in the playoffs, it's only been one match so far, but really just shows you a contrast to how Blue Otter were playing. They're looking at negative 1,500 gold diff at 15 minutes. They were losing a lot of these laning phases, essentially top to bottom, with only Samikin really being able to pull out something in a lot of these losses. But they've been able to turn it around big time. They've really been able to get it together as a team. They look more coordinated. I think they're playing more to that higher level that we saw from them last summer. And that's kind of how we started that meme, Mark, about how it's like the summer magic for Blue Otter.
Yep. Very similarly, last year in NACL, Blue Otter was kind of struggling at the beginning. They were able to find like one series win against AoE, but other than that, they were losing pretty much every single match. And then around week 6, week 7, they took a series off of FlyQuest Challengers, then they took a series off of Team Liquid Challengers, and then Blue Otter just started ramping up, and it's just like...
You know what's even crazier about that? They actually beat TL first. And FlyQuest at the time were what we considered to be that better team. So it's like, okay, yeah, they beat TL, but like, surely they're not going to beat FlyQuest. Like, it simply cannot be. And then
Surely
they did it
not.
again.
Yep. And Blue Otter just kept surprising us at every corn, right? And for the fact that Blue Otter started making that big resurgence around the same time as they are kind of doing it now, I tried to go and look up the actual specific dates. That match against FlyQuest Challengers was the last week of July, so they're a little bit off schedule. However,
a little bit.
However, the big thing is that in the summer split, that was week 6, week 7, and for us here in NACL, we had 4 weeks of regular season.
Oh, I'm listening.
Yeah, and then we by the time we got to 5th, 6th week, this is now playoffs. So now. That's around the same time that Blue Water Magic started happening in last year. So, you know, for our purposes, we're gonna try to conform this to fit the narrative that you know, the Blue Water
that
Magic
fits my narrative, Mark. Good job.
Handshake.
Yeah, true. Handshake.
Okay. Well, we do get confirmation that Conviction are going with blue side in our opener best of 3 tonight, y'all. Predictions! I think that is where things are going to get very spicy because both me and Beatdown said it.
Split.
When we saw Blue Water upset Supernova, we both agreed that we could never doubt Blue Water from this point, no matter how stacked the odds are against them. And Conviction Esports, they're another top 4 team, but Supernova was a top team too. So like, who's to say that Blue Otter cannot beat Conviction Esports either? Doesn't seem like Cubby and Hawk have as much Blue Otter belief as we do, but that's okay. At the end of the day, Nate, it might come down to a pro diff. And speaking of pro diff, if you want to get some one-on-one coaching today and try and hit those solo queue rank goals by the end of Split 2. Go ahead and use that QR code, go to the website prodiff.gg and schedule a one-on-one today, as a lot of the pros that you can get coaching from are either current or former pros from LTA as well as NACL.
Yeah, so go ahead and scan that QR code and get your one-on-one coaching today. And getting back to our match mark, even though we are kind of split on the broadcast, I think this is definitely an exciting matchup, considering the level of play we saw from Blue Otter in their first round match. It is interesting because there are a couple of teams actually who have mentioned in interviews here and there that Supernova are a little vulnerable, but that's not to take away from how good Blue Otter had played in their first match. And we're going to see today if that was a flash in the pan, or maybe it's the beginning of something better.
I'm hoping for the side of Blue Water Summer Magic returning.
Oh, me too.
Just to have a team that goes from 8th seed, potentially a team that might have not even been here if they had played against Conviction Esports, because at the time Blue Water were still struggling.
Yeah.
Imagine if they play out that match, they get that extra loss. Who knows? I would have to go back and see what the standings look like with only 1 win instead of 2 wins under their belt for Blue Water.
They literally don't make it.
Yeah.
They literally do not make it. That's the crazy thing.
So now Blue Water, it is time to either show if the growth was worth it, or if you're just going to give Conviction Esports, thank you for letting us get into the playoffs bracket. Thank you for having problems with the tournament round. But we're into the draft for game 1. Samikin, Aurora, first 2 bans. That has been a staple against Samikin in general for the entire season. Maokai, Jax, Vi, all other staples, especially when you think about TF Blade. His Jax is something that you always have to respect. Is your final ban? What are you looking at beat down in power picks?
I mean, Pantheon is still available, so that probably is a no-brainer. I just want to keep I want to keep hearkening to the fact that the amount of respect Samikin gets, really, from other teams as well, with these first rotation bans always coming through, also shows the value he's had to this roster. One of the few returning players, alongside Quacker and Rovex, still being able to put up some pretty good numbers, and still having certain champions just removed from him at all times to ensure, he can't take over the game as he tends to do on these champions.
Well, he's going to go with the Orianna this time around and just try and lock down a power duo with something like a Wukong would probably make the most sense. Kryra had a big game on it when they had their best 3 against Supernova. Shockwave, Cyclone, great way to make a wombo happen.
Yeah, and I mean, it does make hovers like that probably a little more dangerous. Because I think you'd want to pick something that is a little more mobile. Because this, like you said, that combo, really good at controlling space, really good at getting backline access, as long as Kryra is able to use that dash to carry the ball there. So I think the Talia makes a lot more sense. Unraveled Earth, good way to kind of control some space that the Wukong is trying to take, and of course, pairs nicely with that Pantheon stun to set up the W.
I mean, Talia Pantheon used to be a huge staple the majority of the split, but then ever since the nerfs on the Pantheon, I guess, in the past, I didn't know if Blue Otter would try and separate that, but they believe a lot more in this AoE wombo that really comes online at post level 6. Rumble's going to be a big problem. They've already eliminated the Aurora, so even though that would have been most likely Samikin's option, that has been like a staple Rumble counter pick, and it looks like Quacker's going to hold off on to his top lane pick for now. They're just going to go for Rakan for Rovex.
Yeah, they tend to let Quacker pick late, even in the face of an early pick top lane, and of course, Rakan really is just such a high tier support at the moment, very popular. Better for them to secure that, as that's going to probably get banned away if not. Yeah, honestly,
wow, respect.
Good move.
Respect. Blue Water don't want to take any chances. They know that them being in the upper bracket is I don't want to say luck of the draw, but it was an unexpected occurrence, and they want to do everything they can to not mess that up. And Wild card like Viper's Riven, even in the 80 carry role, we already saw that it worked once, so who's to say that it can work or it cannot work again? And now, Zaya being taken away, denying that Lovers Duo combo from Array and Rovex. I imagine that either another 80 carry option or another support ban, you should try and ban away at least from Stunt and Viper.
Yeah, unless they want to ban, like, it's definitely an engaged support for Stunt in this case. So I think there are too many options in this game one. Maybe when we get later on into the series, we'll see things like that. But I think it's going to be marksman or, you know, marking the 80 carry players in terms of bans. Maybe you want to get rid of Corki or Ezreal, something mobile that I think Array is really going to want to play when you're looking into the face of something like a Pantheon and Zero.
Trying to think, there's no way that Viper slams Vayne in this composition, right? Because Kai'Sa, if they're banning the Kai'Sa, that means that they fear Conviction Esports' ability to reposition and proactively go forward with this setup right now. Even though the dive is really just Taliyah flying in, Pantheon flying in, they don't have any other strong engaged setup that could change with the support matchup. Blue Water more than likely will lock in their top lane or wow. Oh, dear.
Wow. Okay. So, I mean, Quacker, it's not his first time playing that this year. I'm pretty sure he played it sometime in Split 1 as well. The memory, the details of the memory is escaping me. But, I mean, it's a really strong duelist in lane, can be really irritating in side lane, and has a lot of sustain. If you've watched, you know, this show enough, when we see Udyrs in the game, I tend to say if you think you're killing Udyr, no, you're not. He's hard to kill in those 1v1s. But I think a champ like Yunara, Mark, I think is going to go a really long way towards being able to do so. A really premier pick at the moment. Scales really nicely, and I think you have a lot of good bridging champions elsewhere on the map to give Viper time to get to those 2-3 items.
I'm honestly surprised to see Yunara fall this far down in the pick and ban phase, because it seems like there was a while, at least around the world, that Yunara went from being, oh guys, we don't know if her numbers are good enough, we don't know this champion yet, to then suddenly, okay, yeah, this champion's just busted. She does way too much damage. But Conviction Esports managing to lock it down here, and the Braum as a support option into the Rakan. We finally see the Corki response from Array. I'm not gonna lie, Beatdown, there is not that much engage from the side of Conviction Esports. You have, what, Pantheon Flash W, Taliyah trying to cut them off with a wall. These are all...
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like, we're all going in. It's just like, okay, we're threatening, but, you know, there's no Magastorm, there's no Alistar.
Yeah, I don't think there has to be, especially... I see Wukong Ori, like, right off the back. This comp is sprinting straight into my face. So I think that's kind of the idea here, where you pull out this Braum, really good at absorbing damage, absorbing dive. I think that's kind of the idea here, because you want to play this, you want to, you know, no pun intended, really want to be supportive there for Viper to ensure he can really maximize his damage output in these team fights. And I think that's honestly a good pick, because if you can survive that initial volley of damage that Blue Water are working with, you're really just looking at Array to continue that sort of damage over time, that DPS with the Corki. So the fact is, I think if you go like DPS for DPS, Viper, he stays even or goes ahead, is going to be able to do a lot of work. So I think that Braum protection really enables him to do that.
This does put a onus on Conviction Esports to try and get to objectives first. Yes. And a lot of their power is going to be coming from accelerating using their globals on side lanes. That's the way I kind of see this at the end of the day, the composition working, because I agree with you. If you are receiving the engages from Blue Water, then yeah, you don't have to go forward, but you have to find reasons why they are going to want to engage into you in the first place. Yes, if Conviction Esports does fall behind the curve, and they're not the ones first to the objectives, and Blue Water started up, then they're the first ones to walk in. And that, outside of a Rumble Equalizer or a wall cutting them off, is going to be very, very tricky to navigate, trying to get through Rakan quickness, or watch where the ball is from Orianna. So.
Yeah. There ways. Conviction have ways, but I agree. It's definitely not so simple. I think that's why I emphasize the importance, too, of the Pantheon Talia, because early on, you're really strong 2v2, and that semi-global pressure that you mentioned is also really important. So if Conviction are going to be able to leverage that, I don't see why they won't be able to get to some of these objectives first.
Well, Conviction and Esports have definitely shown what they have, what it takes to at least blast ahead in the early game. But enough of us yapping on the broadcast. We want to hear from y'all in the chat. Who do you think is going to win and take this game one? Is it going to be hashtag CNV for Conviction or hashtag Blue for Blue Honor? I'm curious to see how many fans we have from both teams, because, not going to lie, beat down, I think these two teams in particular have been fan favorites or have had quite the fandom over the course of the split, and we've had a lot of like fan votes come out, even when maybe they weren't necessarily favored to win, although Conviction now, after their first couple of games, have proven that they should be favored to win a majority of the time.
Yeah, I think these are definitely two of the teams with pretty solid fan bases, so it is fun to see that interaction. And of course, a reminder, it's only Twitch chat where votes count. I feel like we don't say that enough, but yeah. Otherwise, once that's done, once you vote, you can just go back to YouTube, like everyone should. That's the purpose of, that's why you have two monitors, right?
I like how you just squeezed in, YouTube propaganda.
I mean, honestly, I feel like I shouldn't, because I'm unhappy with a lot of what YouTube's doing.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? This is not the time nor the place. The point is, you can only vote in Twitch chat. That is the only thing I will say about either of these platforms going forward. It looks like Conviction, though, is winning out in the fandom war at least, but we'll find out if we're smarter than Twitch chat, Mark, because we voted for Blue Otter. I missed that game. I miss when we did as mid-halftime games.
Oh, good. Those were fun times, man.
Yeah, I was never really good at coming up with games, but I was really happy with Are You Smarter Than Twitch Chat?
Oh yeah. I'm always going to remember fondly in my heart Pixel Perfect.
Oh, it was peak. It's peak.
That was so me and Kangus's brainchild, and oh my goodness. Oh, that fun times.
I've never loved a game that I was so bad at before. Dude, I was trash at Pixel Perfect, Mark, but I loved it.
It's okay. The Pixel Perfect was the pixels we made along the way. Maybe, whatever. Game one between Blue Water and Conviction Esports in our upper round of playoffs. Let's hit the Rift.
That's right. Remember, this is not a rematch. This is the only time this is going to happen in this playoffs, where these teams are facing off for the first time because Conviction had to FF their regular season match against Blue Otter. That win being a huge contributor for why Blue Otter are even here today. So we'll see if Blue Otter are going to make good on that sacrifice.
Yep. Conviction already stacking up on this top line brush near the mid-river. Kryra getting forced out of his jungle early on. Cannot contend with Pantheon Braum level 1. That's a deadly combo, and you do not want to take any chances of losing HP too early on, or at least a flash summoner spell. Conviction Esports managed to drop a ward there on that Raptor camp. Some standard level 1 info. And Conviction, they're all walking together here on the bot side too, to make sure that there's not any defensive vision from Blue Honor in their own side of the jungle too.
Yeah, I like that. I like the way they moved as a group there. Samikin took a little damage, but still got the information. What really matters, though, is that Rovex took that opportunity to drop a ward on the Krugs instead. Not where we often see some of this early game vision, but, through inference, it should still be enough to give Blue Water a bit of an idea on what Perry's path is going to be. So I like that move.
Should be broken up into little pieces.
See if Blue Otter are able to figure that out or deduct it, because
probably
they saw Pantheon walk into his bottom quadrant, but he looped all the way around, and he's starting on the top side anyway. And if Kryra was trying to match him or go a certain way where the Pantheon wasn't, it might now be completely different. Depends on what Wukong or Pantheon wants to do. If Pantheon is trying to play towards his bot lane, which, because Viper and Sun have been such a volatile and aggressive bot lane over the course of this split too, then having a Pantheon in your back pocket with no Wukong interference, that sounds like a recipe for a first blood, if I say so myself.
Very true. So we'll see. Right now they are crossing the halfway point as they end up on opposite sides of the map. At the end of it, I don't think a whole lot is going to happen until the end of this first clear. There is that opportunity, though, for Perry to get a gank in on that bottom side because you see the push is there for Array and Rovex. But otherwise, these two junglers matchup has been pretty interesting. You have Perry, who's coming back to the league after a bit of a break, focusing on content. One of the more intelligent players that we've had play jungle in this league, and it really feels like he hasn't missed a beat with the way he's been playing the game so far this split.
Not gonna lie, beat down. My feed disconnected for a quick second, so I was scrambling to get back in. But I don't think I missed anything.
No, you didn't. Nothing happened. It's okay.
Okay.
I appreciate that honesty, though. I would have lied, bro. I'll keep it real.
I was debating whether if I should just acknowledge what you said, even though I wasn't paying attention, or if and I decided to be honest. You know, it's like, well, yeah. Well, Kryra, you know what he rates? The fact that this top Scuttle Crab is all his, and he's gonna get it for himself. He's on the top side. TF Blade, I think the wave was bouncing back into... It's kind of pushing into Quacker at this moment. It's not like compromising TF Blade's position. He's still in the middle of the lane, so there's no reason for Kryra to look for anything here. Nice jammage from Quacker.
Yeah, this lane is annoying. It's not enjoyable unless you're playing Udyr. This is something that Quacker has played a lot of over these last few years and is one of the only few top laners we have in this league this year who's willing to pull this out from time to time. So the way he usually plays it, he would often build Leandres first and then go for a sort of AP bruiser or maybe tank depending on the game sort of build. I see Grasp, so maybe it's more tank focused this game. And the idea is just kind of like how he plays Olaf. You want to go for these flank angles. You want to try and pressure the backline so that they either have to respond to you, they have to run away, and in either situation, they're not doing damage where it needs to be done.
Fair enough. TF Blade takes a little too much damage, but he also has his AD carry swapping, so he was willing to make as many trades as possible. And because Viper is already proactive with that first roam towards the top side of the map, TF Blade is TPing to the bottom side to catch the wave. So now Blue Water, they'll have a chance to either say, yeah, we'll answer the swap and send our bot lane to the top side as well, or if they'll keep this and just try and rely on Quacker to be weak side in a 1v2.
I mean, I think overall, this situation is beneficial for Blue Otter, just because I think Udyr is alright in this 1v2 situation. He has a lot of reliable ways to farm and do damage while he's under the turret, so I think that's fine. And, you know, getting an easy matchup for the Corki in this 1v2 situation ends up working alright as well. Because I think when we talk about Dragon preferences and who really wants to be doing the stacking, I think I lean a little more Blue Water's way. So keeping their bot lane here in the situation also gives them a good chance to secure those early Drakes.
I got a little dreamy there.
Phoenix Dance, baby!
Dude,
Phoenix Dance!
He hit every single one. That was crazy. I thought that would be messed up for him. Meanwhile, Array and Rovex are about to get messed up. The Equalizer and the collapse from Stunt. They come in, they burn a summoner spell off of Array. It's just a cleanse, and that's the end of that play.
Really, that's kind of it. Curious if this Crab... No, it isn't going to give Kryra level 6. But I think that bit of attention is going to keep Blue Water away for the Dragon for the moment. But I still think with a big ultimate like that used from TF Blade, should give you a pretty good opportunity to just move down and secure it. Or
they know that TF Blade is
Kryra's level
ultimate.
6.
They can just sneak this. They have priority granted from bot side of the map. They know that without Equalizer, there's no way that TF Blade has really any threatening power on this first objective. The first Dragon, taken at 7 minutes, not necessarily the fastest one to get Dragon stacking, but still, it's nice for Blue Otter to get it a solid minute before the grub spawns, so there might be enough time for Blue Otter to contest Conviction Esports on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a swap happen basically right now. After Quacker clears this next wave, just to give Blue Water that opportunity to move to this top side. And interestingly enough, because TF Blade saved this TP so long for this swap, if they do switch, Quacker can actually TP to the play if there is one around those grubs.
I like what you're cooking, Beatdown. Quacker is yet to base, but like you mentioned, he will have that window. So I wonder if Quacker will try and go for an aggressive chunk if possible, or if given a window. He has already forced a ghost out of Viper earlier in the 1v1 solo lane. And then he'll have a chance to rejoin the fight with a lot of items stacked up in his inventory. But the first ones to the pit are Conviction Esports. Blue Water slowly making their way there.
Yeah, so Quacker, I mean, he kind of missed the window to swap the way I was mentioning it earlier. And the swap over, the move towards this grubs has been slow. But now that they're here, I think Conviction, they still hold on to their smite, so there could be a flip here. Either team could get 2 grubs.
Perry jumps onto Cryra, forcing the Cyclone. And the
TF Blade's not
is
here.
actually going to make Perry a little bit weaker here. He already flashed away. Cryra is now on the run. He's forced to flash. Quacker doing as much as he can, but remember, this is a Udyr that has so much gold. He hasn't been able to use it, but at first blood still goes over to Blue Otter anyway.
Wow.
Nice snipe from Perry. Gets the headshot on Cryra with that Comet Spear, but Blue Otter looking for the turn. Stun from Perry. Does he have any backup from Evolved? He throws as many rocks as he can. TF Blade has now joined the fray. Equalizer thrown down. That forces the flash out of Samikin's Orianna. And Rovex trying to give as many shields as he can to the remaining members of his squad. And in the end, Conviction Esports are able to push Blue Water off the river.
And Perry lived with 4 HP, by the way. Single-digit health. It almost worked out. But honestly, impressively played overall by Conviction. Even though they weren't able to secure any more grubs, the fact that they go 1-for-1 in a 4v5, I think gives you an idea on some of that defensive power that champions like Braum, like the Pantheon are able to do. The fact that they were able to soak up so much of that initial volley, I think was a big part of why Conviction were able to go even.
And now that a lot of the ultimates are gone, Conviction Esports should feel pretty comfortable about trying to look for this play again. As we take a look back at the replay, we mentioned it before, Beatdown, Quacker missed his window. So even though he is doing a decent job of holding the line, he still just has Dorn's Ring and Darkseal at this fight. He was sitting on at least, I want to say at least 1,500, if not 2K in the bank. And now that he finally gets a chance to back, it looks like it was around, trying to do some quick math in my head, 400. Haunting Guys is...
a number of health. Let's go with the number of health.
I'm going to say it's just under the 2K mark. It's just under the 2K mark.
Yeah, and I will add quickly, too, for those who were watching Viper in that fight, I think the fact that he was untouched for so long and able to free hit was a really big part of why they were able to win that one as well. It took a while. He was full health for most of that exchange, and I think if Blue Water aren't careful, once this champion gets to 2 to 3 items, even a few seconds of ignoring him could be catastrophic.
True. They want to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that we got our first taste of fighting and just overall action in this game. In the end, though, it only results in 1 kill apiece, so not the bloodiest match so far, but a lot of summoner spells have been burned in that exchange, so the next fight around this dragon, if it erupts, could be even more deadly.
Yeah, there are a lot of flashes blown kind of on both sides, so there is that opportunity for either side to capitalize. I think a little, in a way, more for Blue Water, because this is the comp that is really about full sending it and going in. Viper being flashless, something you can take advantage of. Same with Evolved and TF Blade. If they are not careful with how they position, there's a chance that they die almost immediately when a fight starts, and that's a recipe for success.
Quacker, no TP for this potential fight around Dragon. TF Blade, though, does have it. This is going to be a little bit of a desync on map power for Blue Otter, and keep in mind that Parry and Evolved, even if they don't have TP, either, on cooldown for Evolved or just not taken for parry since he's a jungler, they both have global tools, so they can always find really creative flanks or aggressive ways to expose the backline of Blue Otter, even if they are the ones to get there first. And it's still early enough in the game where these carries for Blue Otter are not strong enough that they can punish a super, super aggressive dive like that early on into this game.
And right now, a Conviction are going to be the ones who get that first touch on this dragon. Of course, Blue Otter are in the area. Look like they have something to say about it, but Kryra is a little late to this party, and the fact that Conviction aren't actually hitting this Drake is going to give him enough time to show up. I think they're looking to group up, allow Stun to absorb as much damage as possible, and once TF Blade gets here, there could be an angle to fight, but actually they're just going to say, you know what, never mind. Yeah, they're giving it.
Okay.
And I like it. Quacker's already walking his way topside too to answer the TP. Means that TF Blade, he shouldn't actually force Quacker to lose very much. I don't even think he'll be able to get a plate off that. Since you can see on the minimap, Quacker's there.
Yeah, I'm curious if they did that because they were expecting Quacker to be maybe closer, and then if there was going to be an advantage gain from like being able to get a guaranteed play off of that. Not sure if it was just a miscalculation, but Conviction not opting in for the dragon fight, but they're opting in for a quick collapse onto Samikin, and he knows that there's no point in burning that flash, as I still think it was actually just coming off cooldown now, so just great timing from Conviction.
Yeah, good on him to not bother with the shockwave, because he was dead on my screen 100% of the time. So it's a nice response from Conviction, really making use of some of the global power they have with that Grand Starfall, and I think they do well to do a lot more of that, especially once we exit this laning phase. It's a way to really punish this Udyr, because Quacker, even as the game goes on in this 1v1, he is going to be very strong and difficult to deal with, but the fact that you have a Grand Starfall and a Weaver's Wall to play with means Quacker can't exert as much of the pressure as he may want to.
Viper's able to get his way out. There's no one else that was in range to collapse on, but trying to get as many plates as he could. Now, next thing that we have to keep in mind, beat down the fact that Blue Otter have gotten the first two dragons for themselves. Conviction Esports are going to have to start prying open this game wide open so that they have a severe gold advantage that gives them pretty much uncontested action and being able to secure these next objectives so that Blue Otter don't force them to an early Drake stacking win condition. What is our soul? Chemtech soul this game?
Yeah, it is, because we have the empowered blast cones.
That's
so
right.
Chemtech soul, I mean, gives you some durability. Not the best soul to roll, but still a permanent buff. I think something that Blue Otter will be happy enough to be working with. We'll say right now, I kind of like that they are covering for Samikin and allowing him to just get these waves in uncontested and making sure Evolved can't jump in there with that Weaver's Wall. So now, though, the movement, they might be able to also play for this. Okay, they got it.
Double TPs. Perry's able to secure the Rift Herald away, though. Now Perry's in a world of trouble, jumps onto Samikin, but still has no way out. And Quacker is zoning out TF Blade all by himself. But thanks to that Empowered Blast Cone, he gets out. Stunt now in trouble, throws out the Glacial Fissure, still not enough, and Blue Otter are the first ones to three kills there, so it's the Feat of Warfare secured. Oh boy. A ball?
It's fine.
Okay.
I gotta give some credit over to Blue Otter. I really like the way they are playing this map right now. It feels like they're able to contest for a lot of these objectives. They're able to cover where they're vulnerable really nicely, like the way they covered Samikin in that side lane. But the fact that they still moved in time to get something off of that Rift Herald take from Conviction, I think is really impactful, because it feels like Blue Otter either get objectives or they make Conviction pay for getting them, which is honestly a really important thing that we love to see teams doing here in this league. So the fact that Blue Otter able to execute it this way is really nice.
It's an overall solid map.
Got him.
Uh-oh. Rovex, does he have one more Battle Dance in him?
He's just walking it out.
He's just walking it out. Decent damage, though, from a raid to try and force Evolved back.
Ooh.
Gets the Valkyrie right before the Unraveled Earth might have clipped in there for the stun. Will say, though, the fact that Blue Otter have a lot of these objectives is nice for them. Conviction, though, very trademark to their team's identity. Know that when they don't feel comfortable in taking an objective fight, they'll proactively try and trade across the map for extra gold. You saw that Viper was able to get that first brick gold for himself on the bottom side of the map. He is at least I'm not sure how ahead he is of Array at the moment, because it's a Trinity Force and a tier versus Blade of the
Also
Rune
a Cole
King.
that he finished.
Tier 2 boots. Cole, yeah, he's got to drop the Cole too at some point as well. The Zeal. I'm trying to think how. Man,
Oh, it's Runon's. It's Runon's.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to think of like how much gold overall he has. But
Oh, I mean, the only way to know is to check.
oh, we're fighting again though. Samikin gets jumped on by Parry. Glacial Fissure breaks open the fight, and Crier's trying to buy as much time with that Cyclone, but he's forced to flash back. Great choke point for that Equalizer ultimate from TF Blade, and Blue Otter all get eviscerated at 18 minutes.
Oh, and Samikin, fortunately trying to get under his turret, gets another kill into Viper's pocket. This is a huge win because not only do you clear out most of Blue Otter, you still have a Herald to work with as well. So this is a big gold swing that Conviction have earned for themselves, and this is the first time this game someone is pulling ahead.
Conviction Esports just showing the value of making the trade, dropping those early objectives, saying we don't need them, we are focused on trying to get as much gold for our carries as possible, and they spring this mid-game
And watch.
like a bomb.
Yeah, and again, like really a lot of credit to Parry and Stunt, the way they're able to absorb that initial volley of damage. Again, the Shockwave, the Cyclone, that is where a lot of this upfront damage is, and the fact that they're able to deny so much of that damage before Array has really come online just guarantees that Conviction, they're going to win a lot of these fights. And now, it's actually the Phantom Dancer that Viper is working with, but he's here now. 2 items on the Yunara, so he is very strong. He will be a force to be reckoned with, and Blue Water's teamfights just got that much harder.
You know, I was wondering, how ahead is Viper off of that first break gold? Well, now
He's a lot.
we can at least see visually he's quite ahead now of the curve. And as we mentioned before, when it comes to the draft for Conviction Esports, the concerns were if they don't get ahead with this composition, it gets very hard to try and force Blue Otter to always engage into them if they're the ones not being able to get into the objectives first. But now that they have the snowball on their side, 4,000 gold ahead, they can just make plays like this where they're running down members from Blue Otter, caught out on the side waves. Yeah, he's in between turrets, but these turrets are not going to be enough to save you anytime soon.
And it's so insane that Conviction can push so deep like that and lose nothing for it. Really just completely opposite of how we've been seeing Blue Otter try and take advantage of these openings this game. And now, because of it, Conviction, they're starting the Otacon. Blue Otter have to abandon that mid-tier 1 turret, but it's looking like they know they can't win this fight.
It's just so slow to try and get into the pit here. You saw that Crier and Samikin were thinking about walking towards the top side of the map, but then there was hesitation in the way they moved and in the way they were trying and approach. And for Conviction Esports, it's just so crazy to me, Beatdown, that the first 12, 14 minutes felt kind of slow. The Rift Herald fight was like a half-ass decision from Conviction Esports. Like, do we want to take this? Okay, but we're not sending Viper, so we're just going to see what happens. But then, mid-game comes around, and it's just play after play after play after play from Conviction Esports.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's part of where that experience comes from. A lot of these players, they've been around. So just that knowledge on when you're strong, when is a good time to fight is really important. And they really show that in this game. Just the fact that they recognize the exact moment where it's like, all right, we're going to win most of these fights now. So now they're looking to take them. And now, because of everything they've done these last 4 minutes, Mark, they're up 6,000 gold. Like, that is an absurd swing in economy. And it's now putting Blue Otter in a position where they have to concede everything.
Yeah, a majority of their opponents have 2 item spikes, whereas most Blue Otter are trying to finish that second item overall.
Oh my god! Look at the marksman!
Oh,
it's a bit of a diff. It's a bit of a diff.
Yeah, that's more than 2,500 gold. That is crazy.
Yup. Wow. And
well, beat down. Do we say it?
No. We don't say it. Array will still do a lot of damage. I mean, the chances aren't great, but you never know. This is NACL.
Carry jumps onto Array, but he buffers the Valkyrie through the stun, so he's able to get out a lot.
It was expiring. It was expiring.
Yeah. Sometimes those are always a little strange. You're just like, he just pop a random summoner spell? But Unseal Spellbook has to rotate it through. He didn't need it for the next fight. What's next in our docket here, Beatdown? We've got Dragon coming up in the next 3 minutes, I want to say. Baron also 2.5 minutes time. So Conviction Esports are chilling, and for Blue Water, yeah.
This
Blue
dragon
Water,
doesn't matter. Who cares?
Yeah, they don't care about the dragons. They're gonna try and see if they can. I don't know if they can actually sneak Baron. I was thinking about the damage numbers in my head. You do not rip Baron as fast. It's not like your Baron damage sucks, but
yeah, exactly.
You don't have a Bork user yet.
I mean, they do, because Viper has it, but I think that
I'm talking about Blue Water. Blue Water.
Oh, Blue Water. Oh, I'm in
Conviction.
Conviction are the ones looking at the Baron, because I mean, they don't care about Drakes. They can let that next one go, because they're in a position now. Remember, their comp, you want Blue Water to walk into you, and now that Conviction has control over the map, all they need to do is walk over to this Baron, get that started, force Blue Water to make a decision, and I think the way the game state is right now, it will not be a favorable decision.
Stun just jumps aggressively onto a Ray.
Oh, that's a little crazy.
Forces him to dash away with the Valkyrie, but Perry knows now that he gets the free one-on-one with this Corki. He tries to flash the Cop Spear, but he still gets tagged by it anyway. And Perry, alongside Tia Blade, is running amok into the backline. Evolved hits the flick on the Quacker, and the only member left standing is Rovix and Conviction Esports. It's too early to start the Baron, but we're going to see how much damage they can get on the map.
So much work done. Really nicely done from Perry to be able to isolate a Ray. He's so important for Blue Water's ability to team fight. So him dying 1v1 to the jungle like that, I mean, this fight is over right from this moment here on your screen. I don't care about the rest of this replay. And this game just continues to get more difficult for Blue Water as they're getting smothered by Conviction.
I know I said that hard engage from the side of Conviction Esports was kind of limited in supply, but that was with the assumption that the gold state would be even.
Yeah.
We're now at 10k gold ahead, so Perry can always just fly into the back line. He is so far ahead, level 14. A majority of these carries are either level 12 or level 13, so for Blue Water, they cannot deal with this Pantheon. They can't burst him outright when he first goes in. So he's a big distraction while also dealing a considerable amount of damage. The fact that he pretty much soloed a Ray by himself is just... Hashtag Pantheon things, baby.
Yep, it's the way it goes. Hashtag, just play safe. But I think, really, just like in real life, Mark, money breaks all the rules. So Conviction can kind of play this game however they want to. And like we were saying, they can go ahead and rip the Baron, because what are Blue Water going to do about it? They are down so much gold. Only a miracle steal from Kryra is going to salvage this, but a fight will surely be their doom.
I like the patience from Conviction. They back off the Baron. It is reset for now. They just wanted to make sure they could burn any teleports that were available or just force Blue Water to walk into them. As you called out, that is how Conviction want to go for their composition. Oh, Samikin, good night. Sweet Prince. Another rock is thrown to the back of his head. He goes down, and now Blue Water down a man.
That's right. Quacker trying to get something in the mid lane, but he is going to have to run right now. Right now. Okay, good. Because he's in a lot of danger.
The awakened Cryo Phoenix Storm is thrown down to slow him. Stun flashing in. Array is compromised. He's blown up. Quacker's next, and Conviction Esports are just running the show.
This is why I said right now, Mark, because they were hella overextended, and honestly, let's be real, boys, you're not doing anything to parry, as Conviction are just going to go ahead and start knocking down these tier 3 turrets, because these side lanes set up ever so nicely. I mean, Evolved gets a nice chunk of change in his back pocket as he hits level 16, by the way. Samikin's level 14. Just thought the people should know.
Yeah, that's a bet, Leo. Rovex has Smite, so does Kryra. Can either one of them be the hero?
Nope.
Rovex is looking over the...
Oh,
no! It's just
my eyes are closed. I'm not looking.
It's a little too late. A little too...
Oh, my days. Oh, my days. That was tough. That was tough.
I mean, I don't fault him. You got to do something. You're down 14,000 gold. Unfortunately, we have God Vision, and we get to see all of the mistakes exposed. In
The thing
real
is,
time.
Mark, he had a pink ward, so you know, in a way, he had God vision, at least in the as far as the Baron fit was concerned. In fact,
All
the
right,
pink ward is
Robex,
still there.
I tried to be his lawyer right there, but
Nah,
my case
That's
is
a
very
see
weak.
see me in my office later kind of play, unfortunately. But you know what
Oh,
happens?
Flash?
Got him.
Okay. Damn. Ball saying, yeah, I'll trade Flash for Flash on this Wukong.
I mean, yeah, now they have Baron buff, Conviction for 2 more minutes. It's a couple of plays, and the way they've been playing out these team fights, Mark, we are 1 engagement away from game 1 being finished. That's what Blue Otter are up against right now, trying to clear waves as much as they can and try to avoid those seismic shoves.
And we're at the point where Talia full combo just deletes squishies at this
Yes.
point. It's pretty great for Conviction Esports. Not so great for Blue Otter. Trying to get some damage over the wall. Oh, stun taking a lot. Lock and shield pop. Throws down the shield. Wait a minute. Evolve. Drops in. But not enough damage to actually take him out quite yet. Seraph shield popped. Kryra spinning to winning. That's a big fat shutdown. But Conviction Esports are rolling through everyone else on the side of Blue Otter. So that one trade might not even matter, as Viper is going to handle Quacker,
Oh
ensure
my
that
God.
he is not going to be able to cut off the wave. That is a mega slow from that Empower Transcendent W. And Blue Otter are going to continue ripping into the base of Blue Otter.
That's right, Conviction looking like they have at least the ability to knock down some of these Nexus turrets. I think we are not quite at a point where the game could end, but Viper is here, full health, level 17. Mark,
Yeah.
maybe we are looking at the end of the game.
Cryo was trying to play some clone jukes there, but not enough. Conviction Esports just need to hit the Nexus, and game 1 goes to Conviction.
And what a nice game 1 it was, Mark. Nice comp that they had executed, I think, very well when it comes to these skirmishes and team fights. Again, a lot of credit to Perry and Stunt for, I think, how they played and how they soaked up the initial volley of Blue Otter's team composition. So they made it so that a lot of these fights were very difficult to play, and they did a great job isolating Array. Like, they just took turns putting Array in baby jail, and he just couldn't really participate this game. It feels bad.
Yeah, it didn't feel like taking turns for Array, though. It felt like...
Yeah, he's like, why is it always my turn? What's going on?
Why am I the punching bag, guys? I'm just a corky. Leave me alone.
Play safe.
But hashtag play safe. That is the AD carry life. And looking forward now, going into game 2. We know that the last time Blue Otter were in this situation, they had taken game 1. And then it was Supernova that took game 2, and then, you know, obviously Blue Otter was able to come back from game 3. I don't know if things are going to work out even now that the champion pool is a little bit more thinned out with the Fearless bands, but we'll see if it favors Blue Otter or if Conviction Esports are just going to sweep this series. We'll find out right after this break. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Conviction Esports and Blue Otter. First game was a bit of a close one for the first, I want to say 12, 14 minutes. Rift Herald fight was probably the last one where it was pretty even, but Conviction Esports knew what they were doing. They were slowly stockpiling that gold into their side lane carries. And then all of a sudden, beat down, everything just exploded, and Conviction Esports never looked back.
And the last thing that worked out for Blue Otter was the fight after the Rift Herald. And since then, Conviction won every skirmish, every fight, and there was basically one big gold swing around early 20 minutes. And it really felt like at that point, I didn't want to call the game, but it's when I start getting those vibes where it's like, oh, how do we come back? How do the boys come back from this? And spoiler alert, they don't.
Unfortunately for Blue Otter, that was the case. We are in Fearless Best of 3, though, so there will always be a chance for Blue Otter to see if they can change up the stakes of the game.
The paradigm.
Yeah, exactly. Every game is a new one. You always start at level 1 with, new stats. Nothing necessarily carries over. And the fact that Pantheon took... Could you imagine if that was
You know why I laughed? I laughed because when I first played League, I'd never played a MOBA before, so the concept of starting at level 1 every game threw me. I was like, what the hell is this? So it's funny you emphasize that. It just made me think.
All my effort into this last game now doesn't necessarily
gone.
matter for the next one.
Yeah.
This game
Used to piss me off. Yeah, it used to piss me off. Long time ago.
Yeah, that's the difference in something that progresses like levels versus something, as you called it, a MOBA. But first game did end up going to Conviction, a whopping 15,000 gold lead by the end of the game. We hadn't called it beat down, but once it eclipsed the 10,000 gold mark around the time of that third dragon being taken for Conviction East, or not the third dragon being third dragon of the game,
right?
I should say. I was like, yeah, this one looks pretty chalked, but we never officially said it. There was always a chance. It is NACL. Anything is possible. Shout out to LPL. Similar mentality. The craziness never stops here. But for Blue Otter, the craziness seemed to have started last week when they upset Supernova, and they were very bold in their choice of words, saying that this wasn't nearly as tough of a challenge as people might think it was. Well, Conviction Esports, this is now apparently a bigger challenge, and that is something that a lot of us probably expected. Obviously, a majority of us on the broadcast voted for Blue Otter because we believed in the Blue Otter magic. There's still a chance for them to turn around, but Conviction Esports are looking so clean right now, beat down, and they are one of our favorites for the split here.
Yeah, they're a team that could make it towards the top 2, especially with how they've been playing throughout most of the split. So they're definitely in that conversation. We'll have to see. Blue Otter, a lot of work to do before we put them in that conversation. I'll give them some credit. The way they played out that early game, I thought was actually pretty good. But as soon as they started losing out these team fights, the map play kind of fell apart on their end. And, to be fair, when you fall behind like that, your options are very limited. So we'll see if they can get a better draft for themselves in game 2. In hopes that they can try and bounce back, take us to a game 3, so they can stay in the upper bracket.
Some of the things that Blue Otter were able to get off of the first game draft is that they were red side, like they are again. That usually helps set up for Quacker to get a counter pick of his choice, and for what it's worth, it looks like the Udyr was working into the Rumble. It looked like he was getting pushed in the side lane. He was sustaining well. Unfortunately, we just never got a chance to see Quacker's Udyr be a big threat in those fights. I think there's like a couple windows where he missed being able to accentuate that power. But now, Conviction Esports see that the Gwen was available for the taking, and they feel like there's nothing that Quacker can pick that can really threaten it, so they slam it.
I think when we consider the champions Quacker tends to play, they aren't really the ones that tend to, aside from like Darius, I think, there aren't really any that can actually get have a good matchup into that Gwen. Champs like Jax come to mind, Camille. Oh, Jax was actually banned by Blue Otter, so that one isn't there. So I don't know. So that kind of poses a question to Blue Otter, because Gwen, if not answered inside lane, becomes such a monster. It's so hard to deal with.
hang on, Beatdown.
I don't believe it yet. I don't believe it yet.
It's early picked. And the only time you see it early picked is because they have it in mind to be flexed. Now,
that's fair.
It could end up going to Robex to support anyway, but I think this is now the time where I'm no longer sitting down. I now have to.
He's standing up. He's woke.
I'm fully stout. I am ready to see some non. Oh yeah! We got to see a Rivet game from Viper! The gauntlet is being thrown down, baby!
Oh god, now I really hope it's not Nautilus support, because that sounds awful. It's whatever that combo is going to be. I can't even think of what Rovex is going to need to pull out. This is not going to be an enjoyable experience. I don't know if you have ever played bot lane into these weird melee comps, Mark, but oh, Jin hates himself right now. Jin hates himself right now. Ray's gonna have a bad time.
I mean, the funny thing is that you think that because you're playing a marksman, you have the range advantage. It's like, you just poke them and you never let them come a close distance onto you. Riven has 3 dashes.
Yeah. Riven has a lot of. Actually, is it 4? She's 3 Qs.
I guess what I'm saying is 3 dashes level 1.
Yeah. Very chill.
There is no distance to be spoken of if Riven has the space to be able to just quickly tap all 3 Qs. Now, a lot of times you have to be careful about just expending a lot of your Qs because you will always want to be able to disengage the trade afterwards. So if you use all 3 Qs just to close the distance and you cannot all in them, then you're cooked. Right?
Yeah. I think also seeing the Olaf kind of feels like it has to be picked now because we know that this is Viper who's going to be playing the Riven. So even though it's really hard for the marksman to interact, this comp already is giving the impression that it's going to be very low damage. So I think the benefit there is that Olaf at least should be able to sustain his way through these team fights. The problem Quacker is going to run into though is that if he doesn't stay even or even gets ahead, he's going to have a lot of trouble into Gwen later on in some of these 1v1s.
Exactly. Now, Quacker...
Wait, this is Perry. Maybe he'll play... Is he going to play Kindred? That would actually be kind of crazy. We'll see. I'm planting the seed.
I respect what you're cooking, but yeah, I'm not entirely too sure. I think Syndra would be nice just to try and keep some people away or being able to get into the backline. Obviously, Scatter of the Week is not going to affect an Olaf who has popped Ragnarok, but at least you'll get a little bit of extra damage there. Harry, how do you want to time this?
It was almost based. It was almost so based. I mean, Viego's fine too, but I think Kindred, he sees the vision, please.
Wait until the very end.
I think that's fine too. I think either work in this situation. Viego's nice because you can play for these resets. You have a lot of burst damage, and even though you don't have a lot of damage over time necessarily, or like DPS, the idea there is that you just throw everything at getting Viego his first kill, and if he's resetting, he's happy.
Yep. Scatter the Weak into an unleashed power from Syndra couldn't be enough to just eliminate one target, and you have so many juicy targets to go for that will give you... I mean, every time, if I'm Viego, I am hoping that as a team, we can blow up Nautilus. Normally, when you exhaust a lot of spells onto a support, you don't feel great afterwards, but if you're Viego, that means you get to play Nautilus, and you get to gap close yourself into the enemy team, CC them, and then use your Heartbreaker for another full reset of spell rotations, and then it's beautiful. It ends up being Nautilus support, Kryra going for the Zyra instead. I think this is a good call, unless Perry went for like another tank jungler, then Nautilus might have looked okay, but when you're playing against something like Viego, you have to find an advantage somewhere in the jungle so that if he's playing for skirmishes, you at least get to play for farm and speed, and that is what Zyra offers.
Yeah, so I think the idea for Blue Water overall is they kind of need this early game to be really slow. I think early on they have some tools in a couple of places to be able to make plays. Like a good Nautilus roam could do a lot of work this game. Olaf in the 1v1 in lane against Gwen is going to be fine, but you really want... Krywa really wants to farm this game and level up with the goal. So I think Conviction, they have a really good opportunity with this Viego, with this Syndra, to fight a lot early on. Because if Blue Water slips up in this early game, it's going to feel like there's no coming back. Because falling behind against Conviction's comp is just a death sentence.
Yeah, because this composition, without gold, you're pretty damn weak. And
So
we have come to learn about champions like Olaf over time. We used to think that Olaf was like an early game champion because he's level 1 undertows. You can run him down. You can run people down with impunity. I mean, that is true.
It's still kind of true.
It's still true. Like, you have a decently strong early game, but then there's a mid-game drop where if you're not in the side lane by yourself and you're trying to team fight, you're too squishy to go in by yourself, and you just don't have enough damage to make it worth your while to go in. Because either you have to buy HP and damage, so you don't have enough to really do either, or you buy a lot of HP so that you don't die, but then you don't do any damage to threaten people. So it really doesn't come online until Olaf becomes a giant terror around 3 items plus onward. But of course, you see the composition's locked in, y'all, and it's time to answer in Twitch chat who you think is going to win. Hashtag CNV for Conviction. Hashtag Blue for Blue Otter. There's a lot of spicy picks coming into the game 2, or the second game of the series, so I'm a happy camper, regardless of who wins here.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited. I haven't casted any of the Riven bot games so far this split. This is actually my first one, so I'm very excited for that. I'm very excited in who Twitch chat thinks is going to win the game, and I'm interested in how Blue Water are going to navigate these team fights, because they're working with a good amount of range. They're able to play outside of Conviction's range. The problem is Conviction's comp is really good at going past into their range. And how Blue Water plays that is going to be very important.
Nice thing for Blue Water is they can receive engages pretty darn well. Trying to brute force your way into... I mean, Stranglethorns, I think, is a nice way for you to receive. And that was the pivot necessary from Blue Otter, which is why I think that pick works out well. But outside of Zyra, you're hoping on Hui to give you a lot of space because, everyone else, it will be tough. I will say, if Blue Otter somehow gets ahead early on,
it'll look pretty good.
It looks kind of nice. Nautilus will be your primary engage. Olaf then just runs amok in the back line, and if they're able to get enough chip damage there, then you're sniping people with Jhin, Curtain Call, or Hui is sending out Severing Bolts from a screen away. So we'll see how it all plays out here as Blue Otter and Conviction Esports are loaded up. Let's hit the rift between these two teams for game number 2.
And Blue Otter playing for their lives in this match. Not their tournament lives, because this is still the upper bracket, but how amazing would it be to go one step forward and still have that buffer mark in playoffs by having 2 lives. And of course, winner of this match, you're one best of 5 away from top 2, that LTA promotion tournament.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it and framing it, Beatdown. If you win this match and then you win the next best of 5, you're automatically gonna get a chance to go to the promotion tournament regardless if you win the split or not. So that is a nice way to at least put a cap to the end of the overall playoff season, and then you can at least rest knowing that you're gonna have a shot to make it all the way to face either Disguised if you go up in as the 2nd seed, or if you go up against the number 1 seed from the LRN. By the way, guys, I don't know how many of our fans have been keeping up with the LRN. I have not watched every single game, but tuning in. Obviously, Estral Esports look like the heavy favorites. They have a pretty stacked roster on their side. But Fuego is looking pretty Fuego too, so I would not count them out. They might end up being our 2nd seed. I think the 0-5 also looking pretty good. And there's one more team, SDM. I can't remember what it stands for, but they are scheduled to play against Istral Esports next week. So that'll be a fun one. And the winner of that will at least guarantee who is going to the outside. Name? Oh, Quacker. Oh, Quacker flashed over the snip. One more
But he got it.
Quacker!
Goat.
Takes out TF Blade for first blood.
Ignite, Schmignite. Who cares? Quacker is going to get that lane advantage, and it's just so necessary, too, because Quacker, he opted to not take the TP. He has to go for combat this game, so it makes sense. And it means that he's going to be able to get a nice recall after that solo bolo. And yeah, I'm gonna imagine there's gonna be a good amount of attention from Kryra to set up these good recalls, because it's gonna be hard for him to get them on his own.
At the very least, TF Blade doesn't lose out on that minion wave because he's able to TP back in time, and Quacker wasn't able to fully shove it out. But Quacker will be able to walk back to lane with maybe a longsword or boots.
Yeah, at least probably both. I will say, I think it's comedy that he wins this 1v1 while missing 2 undertows. But you know what? He did a good job flashing the fully stacked snip. So you know, he kind of redeemed himself a little bit.
If you miss skill shots, that's okay as long as you make the other person
Yes, exactly. And oh, you know, I forgot how fast. I forgot the way you farm with Zyra. It's honestly really funny. And now can punish TF Blade, who doesn't have flash.
Kryra knows that there is a ward propped up in this pixel brush, so he would have to wait for TF Blade to overextend or maybe face check the river. Kryra now making the move. Quacker trying to get the slowdown on the TF Blade, and at least opens up for a lot of damage. The flash forward. Oh man. I don't even know if that would have connected because the mist was on, and now Perry has an opportunity to punish. Check into the river. Kryra had a suspicion, but he's still a little too late. Perry has the flash available to be able to lock him down, and Quacker knows that his jungler is going to bite the dust here, and Blue Otter lose out on their advantage from the topside play.
They do. I don't think we get a dive, but this is huge for TF Blade, because if that kill goes down, or if Quacker and Kryra walk away, TF Blade would have been in a pretty bad position, but instead, wave gets in. TF Blade, who doesn't have TP, gets a good recall. And, oh, hold on. Oh yeah, bro, get you a jungler like Perry, who's just really doing the most to make sure the wave gets under the turret.
I put Perry in my top 3 for all pro in jungle. So we'll find out if there's still one more spot left. Oh, Stunt was looking for the pulverized flash, the movement speed. Here comes Viper with the Q flash as he looks for all broken blade cast.
Oh, okay.
As now Array is going to be able to use the range to force him back, and Kryra is here. Oh, flash from Array with the last bullet. Stunt will fall, and Blue Water even up the kills.
Yeah, honestly pretty huge. To get something into Array's hands there should make it a little easier for him to also farm this next wave, because in that 1v2 things might have been a lot worse. So Kryra gets on the board.
This is already a lot more bloody than the first game, and I'm here for it, beatdown.
Me too.
Give me more action. Give me more skirmishes. And the first dragon has spawned, and Perry, because he is playing Viego, he has that mini Blade of the Ruin King passive in his queue. So this is a lot of percentage HP damage that can help him and Viper quickly take down this dragon.
That's right. So far, we talked about how important it is for Blue Otter to keep up this game because of how good Conviction are going to be at getting on top of these squishier members on the side of Blue Otter. Again, it's most important too that Quacker is able to use some of these lane advantages to get ahead, and Kryra is able to just farm and get to where we know Zyra ends up being a monster. And to Blue Otter's credit, so far, a good bit of that has happened. You can see Quacker is a wave or two ahead of TF Blade. Kryra is farming quickly and nicely.
Going to try to do his best to keep up with Perry's Viego, who is slightly accelerated thanks to that kill on the top side. Happens. We still got about a minute and 40 seconds away before the grubs spawn on the Rift. Conviction Esports already have a nice Drake stacking timer for them, as the next dragon will be spawning around 11 minutes and 10 minutes and 30 seconds. So even if Blue Otter are able to get these grubs, Conviction Esports, as you talked about it before, Beatdown, Blue Otter would love for this game to slow down. Conviction Esports can make that not possible. Top side. Another all-in. Needle work, landing on the majority of the times.
Oh my god!
How did they keep doing it? Flashing over another fully charged snip, and I thought it was still going to be closer for TF Blade, but Quacker wins the 1v1 again.
Yeah, 2-0. Really good opener here for Blue Otter. Now, though...
Oh, nice buffer by Stun. Knocking up Kryra while Rovex went
nice.
for the dredge line, and yep, that plant lady is completely eviscerated. Rovex now all isolated. Perry's about to become Nautilus himself and can look for Quacker after he picks him up for the dredge line.
Oh,
Perry,
unless?
Just one more Q, please.
Oh, he's gonna W.
Up. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, he's fine.
He's fine.
Damn.
Honestly, I like the call from Conviction, because even though Quacker wins that 1v1, he's too low health. He can't actually contribute to anything. So you have the even numbers for this exchange, and very crucially, Perry hit level 6 before Kryra. That's where these resets really start to get value as the Viego. So while Blue Otter have found some success, jungle falling behind, the way it's starting to is a little less than ideal.
Yeah, Blue Otter, as you said, wants a slow game. And right now the game is going way too fast for them to keep up with. And Perry is having a massive snowball for himself. Now, the next play that Blue Otter can still go for are these grubs. They have spawned. Perry's on the bottom side of the map. Kryra is blazing quickly towards the top side. There's some defensive vision from the side of Conviction and Esports being placed down as Rovex has to get out. But I'm not sure if Blue Otter are favored for this take if they cannot get in and set up these plans for Kryra.
Yeah, I think being able to get to these objectives first is very important for Blue Otter. With the fact that they're kind of losing ground on the map makes that a lot more difficult for them. So now, at this point, best thing for them to do is play towards Quacker. So I like that Rovex is hovering around that top side, because now Quacker is back to fight. He has that Hex Drinker. He's working with a good amount of AD at this stage of the game, and he has his Ragnarok back. So I think the idea here is just to try and use that power to start winning on some of these objectives. And I think it means those early setups are going to be so important too, because Quacker doesn't have teleport. It means those lane assignments are critical.
Perry decides to give up the grubs. His laners are not in position, but that's okay. Perry is still being able to farm up. Gonna pop over the wall. Kryra does have flash, and now he might be trapped in this pit. Okay, well, that's a flash gone from Zyra, and that'll be nice for Conviction Esports to track next time around.
Yeah, something they can certainly take advantage of. And it does make me question whether or not Blue Otter want to commit to this Drake. So Conviction only have one. I'm just kind of not necessarily calling it, but what I'd like to see is them giving up this Drake, and again, just play towards Quacker on this top side. It's only the second dragon. You have 3 grubs, and this Gwen has no flash. So if you get a kill, you could get several plates, and that's a lot of gold that you could be working with here as Blue Otter. So that's kind of my hope for how they play this next minute or so.
Yeah, it'll be a way for you to get away from the very, very fed Viego.
Oh, bye.
Perry,
Goodbye.
W flash. Does he need it? Spiraling Despair is thrown down. They know that this way does not have flash of his own. Scout of the Week does not land.
Yeah, I mean,
Samikin cannot get to the wall fast enough, as he really had nowhere else to go. The kill credit does go over to Stun, and now Conviction Esports should guarantee themselves the second dragon of the game.
Yep. You're going to be able to very easily walk towards that. Again, I'm looking at where Kryra is walking. He has camps on the bottom side, so he feels compelled to move to that side, which is rough. Really eliminates any chance to get a trade for this dragon, especially considering there's nothing else they can really do.
Yeah, vision on it, but Blue Otter,
So what?
I don't think they'll step up to it anytime soon.
I mean, I have vision when I'm watching a movie, Mark. It doesn't mean I can impact the outcome. Like, you know?
Oh no, Rovex! I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, beat down. I laughed, I looked away, and then I see a dead Nautilus on my screen. And don't tell me
Yeah.
Kryber might be dead here too. Okay.
If it
Even
makes you feel
without
better,
Flash, he is
Rovex
safe.
there was nothing interesting about that. Like, he just got caught. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy, well, Beatdown, this game is starting to slowly collapse for Blue Honor. Like we said before, 2 dragons, it's nothing to be super concerned about, but you don't want to give up free kills here and there, because you want to avoid the Conviction Esports snowball as long as possible. And even though Nautilus doesn't necessarily give that much gold off of his 3rd death, what happens is the map pressure diminishes further for Blue Honor. So they're dedicating all 3 members to the top side, while Conviction should try and be able to look for first brick on the bottom side.
I mean, you have more plates taken here on this top side. It's a Riven hitting the you have grubs too. Like, there is a chance, but I think they are a little too afraid as Conviction to actually go for it. Perry does a really good job covering, and that's brutal because it just means that Viper is going to very easily proxy farm while Array is spending time away from the wave when he really does need to be farming. And now he's surpassed them in turret damage. So at this rate, I mean, Blue Water should be able to get it on this one.
Stun, goes for the knockup, pops the Unbreakable Will. 3-man Pulverize. Spiraling Despair is the answer. Decent damage onto the Alistar, but he does whatever he can to kill the remaining minions of this wave. And like you said, Viper is now solo proxy farming, getting solo experience.
Yes!
I don't know if we've talked about this before, Beatdown, because we don't see many Rivens in NACL, but Riven scales so incredibly well with levels and every single item spike. At the end of the day, Blue Water do get the first brick gold, but I am way more terrified that Viper just got 2 levels and almost 3, if not 4 minion waves uncontested.
So for the sake of the feats, it is really impactful that Blue Water were able to secure that, but that was several waves of experience that they were sharing, as you called out. During that time, not a whole lot of farming was done for the laners of Blue Water. Array missed out on a lot of golden experience throughout that exchange as well. So this is one of those questions that we succeeded, but at what cost? So you got to give some credit to Perry and TF Blade and even Stun for how long they were able to hold that out, because now they've set up Viper to be a problem this game.
He has his Eclipse online, ready to go.
And a Tunneler!
Yeah, and he's halfway to a Shojin too. I mean, this is... Oh, that is so scary if you are Blue Water, but if it's for Conviction Esports, you're like, awesome.
Yeah.
About to 1v9 this game. Let's go.
I promise you, the comms and Conviction are like, what are these guys doing? Like, I'm just gonna win us the game. I promise. If we interview Viper, we have to ask
it's
him.
just like, hey guys, I just got like 4 waves and I got a full turret. I'm chilling. You know, let's keep going. Perry, nice buffer on the Heartbreaker through the Death Charge. Stun, maybe willing to give up his life. The Phase Rush movement speed is a lot, but Unbreakable Will, I think his will is still broken at the end of that one.
Look at top lane!
But once again, they're doing it again, Beatdown. Viper's just saying, hey guys, that's cool and all. I'm getting gold. I'm getting paid.
Bro is playing Farmville on Facebook, man. Like, it is crazy. And it's just working out so well. And, like, it is just ridiculous how powerful he's going to be this game once he joins the fight. So it's really like the big stick in Quacker versus the big stick in Viper this game.
Teleport is coming down. TF Blade and Samikin doing battle in a 1v1 to the death. Unfortunately, Paul says, I don't care about your honorable 1v1. I'm coming here to ensure that my top laner gets paid. And Blue Otter now going for the Rift Herald on the top side of the map. Viper's here. He has the Eclipse. He has the Tunneler. Pretty decently strong. He's level 11. Rank 2 ultimate. Oh, there it is! QW Flash, baby! Beautiful stuff! There's the wings, and now Conviction Esports gonna continue rolling through Blue Water. Quacker gives up his life because he knows he's got nowhere else to go. Blue Water getting crumbled as the Flash scatter the weak stun from Evolve. One more Q with the orb over the wall. Nicely done! And Conviction Esports now move to a 4,000 gold advantage.
Oh my god, Conviction are chefing it up this game, Mark, as now they find themselves up almost 4,000 gold at this state. And it's just going to keep growing with this turret that Perry is going to be able to take. They're going to get perfectly set up for this next dragon as well, which is their Cloud Soul Point.
I really hope we get to see a replay beatdown because Viper, full display of Riven mechanics right there. There's a lot of spells that you can buffer and cancel thanks to how your E and Flash work with each other. If I have to, I know I called out one combo, but I think the animation he did was ER Flash WQ. We'll see if we get that. But the dragon being started up probably means that we're not going to have time for a replay after, so that is A-okay. But
I mean, we can queue it. No one's gonna fight for this dragon, right?
I don't know.
Surely.
Blue Water is stepping up. They're thinking about it. Stun sets up the pulverize onto Rovex. Samikin gets the fear down. Unbreakable Will casted. TF Blade over the wall. Here comes the rest of Conviction Esports.
Oh, hold on.
Quacker now pops the Ragnarok looking for Viper, but he's made it out safely. TF Blade will fall, but Conviction Esports still at the end of the day will be able to pick up the third dragon of the game.
Wow, so Blue Water, very happy to get something off losing the soul point over to Conviction. At least they're able to secure 2 kills. Now with this somewhat lack of map presence does mean they should be able to get something off this Herald as soon as finishes clearing up that minion any second now. There you go. Oh! No way.
Evolve with the sidestep. He does not have flash. He could be in trouble. Good scatter the weak stun onto 2 members. Stun looks for Cryo, buffers it with the pulverize, but it's enough damage from Samikin and Array. But the answer from Perry avenges his fallen mid laner, and now he's ready to paint a masterpiece here on the Rift.
Yeah, unfortunately, they get that kill, but they overextend themselves, Mark, as they just can't get anything working for them as Blue Water.
We're gonna continue fighting. It just seems like there's action around every corner. So far, beatdown, it has been a bloodbath, a lot of back and forth action, and that is always what I love to see because sometimes it can make the difference between a pro being able to make it to the next round or continuing the series. And speaking of which, prodiff.gg, if you want some one-on-one coaching from some current or former pros from the LTA or the NACL, schedule a one-on-one today using that QR code or going to prodiff.gg today.
Yeah, and Mark, this game is tough. The gold lead is really not so astronomical. It's only a couple thousand gold. It's definitely playable, but I think the problem that we're running into is where this gold is spread out. Because Quacker actually he should have a pretty good advantage over TF Blade, and I feel like he's making this gold lead seem better than it is. Or this gold deficit seem not as bad as it is for Blue Water. Because right now, if you're just looking at farm differences, Evolved and Viper are way ahead, and that's not even counting the fact that Viper has been part of many turret plates and kills going down. Oh,
Evolved, you gotta be careful you don't have flash.
Oh, we got him. Okay. It's a nice thing Blue Water can keep playing for. Really easy setup with that Nautilus R. It does require a bit of overextending, so we'll see if Conviction do that again.
Good vision from the side of Blue Water. They had that side of the jungle completely blanketed in darkness with that control ward. So I guess Evolve thought that, yeah, I'm safe just poking with a quick scatter the weak stun over the wall here. Oh, there's a Nautilus around the corner.
I've made a mistake.
What have I done?
Truly. Well, happens.
Oh, Flash W, Viper, ready to commit as well. Pops the Blade of the Exile, doesn't even need to use the Wing Slash for the execute, as Perry now assumes the form of Jhin with the possession. Gotta be careful, a lot more squishier on this character than he was on the Viego, but just trying to poke and prod with some ranged auto attacks before going back into normal Viego form. Viper just playing with his cooldowns and trying to occupy spaces. Now Quacker looking for the flank. Perry jumps on him. Ragnarok popped. Stun goes in for the CC, but that doesn't matter against the Ragnarok. Oh, he bursts down Perry. He says, nice CC, bro. Hit me again next time. As Evolve trying to get some damage down into Samikin. TF Blade with the flank. The needlework as Viper is about to go crazy onto Rovex. Good scatter the weak stun. Hits multiple members. Stun goes in for one last headbutt, and Conviction Esports will find 4 members in the river.
And it should get them the Otacon with no response available for Blue Otter. Mark, I don't think there's going to be a resurgence at this point. I think Blue Otter might have to try again in the lower bracket. Nothing has been working for them this game.
They do their best here in the river, and like you said, it's all on Quacker to try and make the advantage possible, but once that Ragnarok runs out, there's nothing stopping the CC from coming in.
That's right. I'll give Quacker a lot of credit. I think he's playing these fights really nicely, always switching to the highest value target, but it's so hard when everyone else on the team is so far behind in gold. There's only so much one ultless Olaf can do, no matter how fed he's been this game. So right now, it's tough. You're in this position as Blue Water where objective bounties are up. We're 30 seconds away from the Cloud Soul going over, and you just don't have a response. I mean, the way Blue Water have been playing this, I'm expecting them to try and force the situation here, because at this point, like, what have you got to lose, Mark?
Yeah, and Blue Water would love to be able to get into the river first, just to give Kryra an opportunity to set up these plants and make Conviction Esports' approach very difficult, or at the very least, very painful. But he doesn't even have 2 items on this Zyra yet. He has been decelerated so many times this game. So he is relatively weak compared to the other members of Conviction Esports who, looking at Perry, Evolved, Viper, they all have 2 level advantages over this Zyra. So at the very least, Kryra can throw down a Stranglethorns, and that's the extent of his power.
Yeah, pretty much, but we'll see. We have a bit of an awkward angle here. Maybe they can turn onto a vault, but he does have Flash. Hey, you just gotta full send it as Blue Water.
It's a difficult pincer, nice scatter, the weak stun run into the backline members, and stun can go in, following Samikin after the flash. Here comes Viper on the left side.
Oh my!
What is broken can always be reforged, and Viper shows it in full strength. It doesn't matter if this guy's playing top lane or ADC, he will always come through on the ribbon.
And Conviction are coming through this game, Mark. They've won yet another fight. They have doubled Blue Water in kills, and they have collected the Cloud Soul. We are really approaching this point of no return because you can see it. Blue Water's only choice in these instances is to fight, and it's just getting worse and worse. Look at how much space they're able to create for this Drake to go down. And as soon as it does, as soon as Blue Water faces the full might of Conviction's attention, it was a foregone conclusion.
Beautiful pincering maneuvers from Conviction Esports as well. Evolved holding that left side flank. The scatter stun comes in, stun follows up, and then it's just the alley-oop dunk from Viper on the right side. I mean, that's some type of stuff that we saw from anyone's legend at MSI. Conviction Esports, these guys are looking so hot right now, and the way that this series just might end up in a 2-0 sweep. I know we highlighted them being favorites. I just want to go a step further and see how far can Conviction Esports can realistically go, because their opponent at this point is either Luminosity or Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, I think I've never really classified Conviction as a favorite personally to get into the top 2. I just think they have a good shot. And especially considering Supernova's early performances in playoffs, maybe we can start to have that conversation of them being the team that's going to be there alongside Luminosity Gaming, who I think, we all universally agree is very likely to make it into that finals. And games and matches like this definitely make that argument for you, because this has been a really good series from Conviction so far.
Blue Otter will still have a couple tricks left up in their sleeve, maybe for a last-ditch Hail Mary, but the gold lead is so devastatingly large in favor of Conviction Esports. And when you look at the champions that Conviction Esports have drafted for themselves, it's not like the game gets any easier the later the game goes on.
No! God, no! Like, we talked about it in the draft, Mark. You fall behind, just FF, man.
Simple as that. And Blue Water wanted this game to slow down, but they didn't want the gold lead to just explode like this. They wanted to keep it an even game state, and it's a lot to ask for. Viper almost getting caught out. Def Charge expended. Stunt being able to at least block all the Curtain Call bullets down. That is Cleanse and Flash gone for Viper's Ribbon, as TF Blade was diving Samikin under that bot inhibitor tower.
Almost killed him.
Almost took him out too.
Yeah, luckily Samikin's going to be able to walk away from that one. But otherwise, this is Blue Water are on the struggle bus right now, and of course they're going to lose this Baron immediately to Conviction. Really, the fact that they do want to fight for this, I mean, they could. Stunned has no ult. He's low health. Viper's flashless. Summonerless, in fact. So if there was going to be an angle mark, it's here.
TP coming in for Samikin. 4,000 HP on the Baron. They go for the engage. Rovix is blowing up. Quacker's forced to flash. Here come the resets. Heartbreaker in for Perry. He flashes backwards, but another scatter. The weak stun. Great from Evolve for the setup. Look at Viper running Robex trying to assist him on the chase. Viper has the mobility to look for Samikin now on the pursuit. Quacker trying to keep him off away from his mid laner. And it should be enough that the Riven will not be able to look for another kill. But my goodness, Blue Otter just cannot withhold the might of Conviction Esports at this point in time. 2,000 HP on the Baron. Smite is there from Barry. Parry, and it is secured.
Yeah, and there it is. A little delayed, but it is the Baron buff after yet another successful fight for Conviction Esports. And now, a minute 40 until the Elder Dragon. I don't actually know what's really available to them in terms of plays. Like, we are approaching or passing level 16 for most of the members of Conviction. They all have access to their max rank ultimates. And Blue Otter, they're lacking in levels. They're lacking in items. I don't know how they actually managed to hold on and try and fight around this Elder Dragon. You're really just hoping for a mistake from Blue Otter.
We're just a couple moments now beat down away from maybe Blue Otter falling here. Conviction Esports, they have Baron buff on their side. They're pushing in through the mid lane. Blue Otter going to concede the inhibitors graciously, not trying to force a fight until the Baron buff at least expires. Robex might have gone in a little too early, though. That's the mega death charge and the mega knockup coming in from Conviction Esports, and they are running through them all and dropping them like flies. Quacker falls next. The Blade goes golden into the fountain, and he still survives through it all. A curtain call from Array as a last-ditch effort, maybe to at least find one member, but not a single one from Conviction Esports will fall. And Array, all he can do is just watch as his base crumbles. He gets assassinated, and Conviction Esports will sweep this series against Blue Otter.
And what a convincing fashion it ends up being, Mark, too. They dismantled them, and really, it's a bit of a wake-up call there for Blue Otter, because now they've lost their first life in this tournament. Going forward, not only are they down to that last life, they also have to play so many more matches and win if they want to be able to actually make it to that top two. And Conviction, on the other hand, they are now one best of 5 away from top 2, from grand finals, and of course, the LTA promotion tournament.
That's the big one. You got a chance to play either against the LRN teams or Disguise at the end of the road of that promotion tournament if you're able to make it all the way through. There's 2 spots available from NACL, but only one will be able to emerge victorious at the end of the day. And Conviction Esports are now a step closer to that road. Perry, Stunt, Viper, who do you guys choose for the MVP of this series? Let us know in the chat below. Spam the name that you feel like should deserve it the most. It's a tough call, Beatdown, because I feel like the Viper Ribbon definitely was the flashiest, but I think Perry just had an incredibly awesome game controlling the map and making decisive choices for the team and which objectives to give up, which objectives to trade, and then which fights to initiate for the ones that got them ahead.
Yeah, I think Perry just had a really great series overall, but it's tough because when you win as hard as Conviction did, it does get a little hard to pinpoint at times who we really want to call the most valuable player in the series. And I think really does just kind of answer that question we had, because remember, this was the first time these two teams met. What really just solidifies what was probably going to happen, and that Blue Otter this whole time have been on borrowed time. Question's going to be, Mark, they're in that lower bracket. What are they going to do with the borrowed time they have left?
And we get a chance to look back through the highlights of this series overall. I mean, this is still from game 2, but you just see that there weren't many angles for Blue Otter to really fight on even footing this game because of the disaster that happened on top side. It still was a Quacker favored setup as he was still
he was trying to 1v9, man.
But Perry getting a huge snowball for himself. Anytime a Viego gets rolling that early, things are always so tricky for you, because as soon as the first member falls for the reset, then Viego just takes over the fight. And then what really took down Blue Water was these flanks, man. The consistent pressure and the spacing that Conviction members held on almost all sides of the battlefield in these fights.
Yeah, I will say, I think this draft was really hard to play, even though it was possible for Blue Water. Conviction, they just had a comp that was so perfectly suited for getting past your effective range and getting right into your face. You even consider that Stunt went phase rush when so many supports, no matter who they're playing, are taking Unsealed Spellbook, just to ensure he has the ability to stay close to them, stay on top of them, and make it harder for them to play the game.
It was very, very difficult. And as you called it, I know you were not the biggest believer in the pivot necessarily. I think it still was necessary based on what Conviction Esports finalized their draft with, but clearly it wasn't enough. And unfortunately, the one person that was supposed to be the main disengager fell behind early. So even though that Zyra can farm pretty fast, if you're not getting gold, if you're not getting objectives, if you're not getting really a sizable advantage for yourself, then you don't feel nearly as threatening as you normally would be. Or whenever we first saw Zyra kind of pop up as like a major threat in seasons past, I was not able to do that because unfortunately Perry just kind of owned him and the first 3 skirmishes.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough early game, I think, for everybody, especially Kryra on the Blue Water side. So again, it is a lot for them to really go back and review. They are still in this tournament, I think, is the most important thing. So they do have another chance in that lower bracket. They just have to play significantly more games. I think it's like now for them, 3 best of 5s now instead of just 1, if they want to be able to make it to top 2 in the LTA promotion tournament. For Conviction Esports, they just need 1 win, man.
One more win, and that guarantees them into the promotion tournament, which is the big prize of it all. Obviously, being able to win this split would be an awesome way to put a capstone on the overall competitive season for themselves. But top 2, if you fall in the second at finals, that will not matter if you make it all the way to LTA into the promotion tournament at the end of the day. So that is always a nice kind of sigh of relief and a big reward for yourself for being able to push and make it through all the way. But obviously, they still have to find that best of 5 win against either the winner of Luminosity or Dorado Gaming, and we'll get that series resolved later today. But first, we still got to wrap up this series, and what a better way to do it than getting a quick interview with our winning jungler from the side of Conviction Esports. We got Perry back on the interview desk. Welcome back, brother. Oh my goodness, it is bright in your room. What this
Or has the sun?
The sun is here.
Yeah.
I need the sunshine to play. So
It's the vitamin D, bro.
It powered you up on the Viego. You got like 3 kills early on. What was going through your guys' comms when you had the snowball rolling? Did you know at a certain point that the game was just pretty much over for Blue Water, or were you guys still like trying to keep things controlled?
Oh, I mean, we're just like focused up. Like on match days, we really take things seriously. So we're just locked in. Like, what's the next step to win? But the game definitely felt like, oh, it's like over. Like, I got a Nautilus. He's gonna give me resets every fight. Like, the game felt really easy for sure.
I wanted to ask if there was kind of your feelings on this match as a whole. Was there any more significance for you, just given the fact that during the regular split, you guys had to FF your match against Blue Otter? There was really a good chance you were going to beat them, remove them from playoffs entirely. So is there this extra relief, pleasure from winning this match here, especially so handedly?
I mean, they're not out of the tournament, so
True.
We need the next team to knock them out.
Yeah.
But it definitely is like it feels all right. Like, it feels good. Yeah. Like we needed to beat them. Yeah.
Yeah, for the mental, bro. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As me and Beatdown were talking about earlier, Perry, you guys are now 1 best of 5 win away from being able to qualify directly into the promotion tournament. Obviously, I know that you guys are trying to take things 1 step at a time and focus on doing your best to win the split, and then you can look at the promotion tournament. But has that thought kind of crept up for any of you guys?
Oh yeah, we're like really prepared for the promotional tournaments. Like, we think we will definitely get top 2, and we're really thinking like, you know, what's the timing like? Like, how much time do they have to prep? Like, are people gonna be busy? We're really confident that like if we don't win this best of 5 series, like we will make it through the lower bracket and still crush. But we still have serious confidence we'll crush the next series too.
I mean, that's huge, especially considering you're going to be playing into either Luminosity or Dorado Gaming, probably Luminosity Gaming, but you know, we'll see. Do you have any particular thoughts on who, on the individuals, like your opponent in Tomio? Any trash you want to throw out there going into the match, or Kaido, depending on who ends up winning the series?
I will say that out of all the junglers here, I'm the only content creator jungler that's running my own business, my content creation, and still dominating in the league. So my Jungle Kingdom program, you know, I'm still putting in work on that.
Bro,
that's how it is. Like I'm here, so I'm here to perform and to do what's right for me in my career. Yeah.
I just can't wait for the tuber at the end of the split where how I kingdomed every single jungler while still making content. You know
Exactly.
That's your next thumbnail. Perry, always a pleasure to talk with you. Before we let you go, any last shout outs?
Yeah, I just want to shout out like my coach on the team right now. He's putting a lot of work for like throughout everything that's like difficult. All my teammates are coming together and really locking in, even though it's like playoffs. We're a streamer team. We're not really like so focused on the win, but yet we are. And there's like my girlfriend and family, my parents are always watching, supporting. My brother, he's not here, he's in Taiwan right now, but love them all. And everyone who's watching for me right now, and the rest of our team, appreciate you all.
Hell yeah, Perry. Good luck to you. Hoping for the best on this next best of 5 that you have. I think it's next week. Enjoy your weekend, prep up, study hard, grind hard, and we'll see you next time, man.
Yeah.
He has a good point. Only jungler that's putting out consistent content and still at the top of the tables. It would make a first pro all vote for Perry in jungle even more compelling to that argument.
I mean, is this just not a legendary marketing strategy, by the way?
Yeah.
Like, does one-on-one coaching and also just says, you know what, let me just compete and really just adds, because, you know, there's always that appeal to authority. Perry, of course, has had good performances as Tier 2 in the past, and the fact that he's continuing to do so now, it looks great.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a nice benefit. We, regardless if it's video games or traditional esports or any other competitive field, when you have a coach, it's always nice to have the coach also doing extremely well currently, and versus...
Or at least recently.
Or at least recently, right? Obviously, there's no wisdom or value taken away from a coach who's no longer competing at the highest level, but it's like an extra layer of benefit. But guys, I'm hearing that our MVP has been finalized, so let's get the drum roll rolling. Who does it end up being? Who did you select in Twitch chat? It is Perry.
Goats. We love Twitch chat. Good job, guys. You did it again. I think it was fair. Everyone played really well, but I think the Viego game really solidified it. As fun as Kindred would have been for me to watch, because he plays that champion a lot, I think Viego was just perfectly set up. You're playing against the Jhin, Mosquito Jhin this game. Nautilus is the support you're aiming for. He's squishy as hell. It is legitimately free low.
Yeah, I mean, as someone that plays a lot of Viego, anytime I see things like a Nautilus or a Leona, or even an Alistar, I'm like, kill this guy first. I want to become that support, because then you have all the benefits of gap closing and CC, and normally afterwards as a normal support champion, you don't have any damage to back up the CC, but then, oh hey, I'm also Viego! I Heartbreak, I Repossess, and I go, and I expend all my damage, so...
Amazing.
Anyway, Viego TED Talk over. Thank you for coming, by the way. For now, maybe we'll see it in the next match. Speaking of which, the next match is on the docket, so let's start rolling right on ahead to Dorado Gaming taking on Luminosity Gaming, our final best of 3 for tonight, and our final best of 3 for the rest of the season. Woo! Yes!
That's it. We're almost done, Mark. We're so close.
There.
We're so close to best of 5s for the rest of the playoffs. But let's take a look at the LG roster. Our reigning champs from the last split. The one team everyone can agree on is going to be at that LTA North promotion tournament. Almost guaranteed to make that top 2. And, I mean, the roster speaks for itself. If you've paid any attention at all to Tier 2 over these last couple of years, their accolades say it all.
Defending champions for a reason beat down. Obviously, in that split 1, the race was between the original Dark Zero roster with Yuji Zamudo still on the field, Spyrex as well, And then, of course, you also had Near Airport in the conversation, but by the end of the split, all the promotions, all the roster changes meant the Luminosity was able to overtake them in the end, and now they are the team to beat. And on the other side of the rift, you got Dorado Gaming, who, like Blue Otter, pulled out an upset that not many people were expecting. I can't even say if Deathstrokes was expecting the upset. He was just blindly supporting the boys.
No, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. He knew.
Actually, you're right. I can't take that away from Eric. I cannot. He would vote for Dorado Gaming to the day that he goes down swinging. And you know what? Faith rewarded. Dorado Gaming pull out a massive upset against Dark Zero. And overall, I know we say it's an upset, but we do have to give credit where credit is due for Dorado Gaming. This team has been ramping up over the course of the regular season.
Yeah. I mean, I think we really gotta just be clear about what upsets mean in general. Just the fact that it was an unexpected win. It does not take away from how well Dorado Gaming have been playing overall towards the end of the split through the first stage of playoffs. I think this is a team that has been my favorite surprise so far in Split 2 this year. It's been really fun to watch them play, especially with how they've been playing in that back half. A lot of credit over to Kaido and Shochi. They're really great performing members of this roster. And of course, Sushi, even though he stumbled a little bit, was able to hit the ground running.
By the end of the split, Sushi had some amazing games. I think the series against Dark Zero popped off in particular as well. Some of his best games of the entire year. A little bit of... when we first saw him debut in Near Airport, we were expecting great things, and then obviously, as he was trying to adjust to Dorado Gaming at the beginning of the split, he looked a little nervous, he looked shaky, but then as we found out from him and the team over time, you know, he was trying to do too much to accommodate the team rather than advocate for himself and say what he specifically needs. And now that he's been doing that a lot more often, you can see the drastic difference in results. But you've cleared through the first 3 bans on both sides. A respect ban of the Ziggs going over to Shochi, and Luminosity Gaming going for the classic Maokai for Mr. Tomio.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we're going to see the Azir come through. It's very commonly banned away, but I mean, LG really set it up for Dorado Gaming by banning the Yone and the Ziggs and not actually first picking it. But clearly, I mean, they knew this was likely going to happen. Chochi's played the champ a lot this split, and Mark, it's Silas Jungle.
Yes!
My brain lagged for a second, but there it is. I'm going to leave that one to you. Go ahead.
Oh my god! Okay. Finally, this might be our first global Silas Jungle. I mean, maybe there is another tier 2 league that has played Silas Jungle around the world, but I know for a fact. I'm gonna hold that point.
Okay.
I know for a fact that it has yet been played in a tier 1 region or a tier 1 league. Oh, wait. I might have lied.
Me when I lie?
Okay. LCP did play it. It looks like it was played by Histo from...
I think let's bring it back here.
My producer just screamed in my ear, liar. My bad. But anyway, let's continue on through the draft. We'll talk about the Silas Jungle build in a bit. Corki, Ezreal, double marksman. That's a nice way of trying to keep space away from Dorado Gaming, especially if you're someone like Silas trying to get in, which now prompts the answer of, well, guys, we need a way to get in and just flood the backline. Sivir with Beyond the Hunt is a way to do so.
Yeah, really important to be able to gap close, I think, onto Dorado's composition because, they are looking to make space. Maokai is also really good at doing that as well. I think that's why you're seeing that Karma ban because while it's not necessarily ideal, I mean, Maokai can kind of be that solo frontline, plus you still have the chance for Fake God to pick a frontliner as well later on. I think it's going to probably be the reason you're seeing the Gwen ban as well because, again, it's probably going to be a tank for Fake God.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. However, the one thing you have to consider is what kind of tank are you picking for Fake God? Because Cassante would probably be the most ideal because you have to think about now ult economy and not trying to give things over thanks to the hijack. He already is grabbing a Maokai ultimate, which on Silas, and if he goes the full AP route, that is going to hurt a lot if he snags one of the backliners from Luminosity Gaming, as Luminosity are trying to continue to take away options that would be very painful into Fake God if he went for a tank option.
Yeah, and now it really does seem like they're setting up for the Cassante. I like leaving Oriana's pick till last, and the Braum is good. You're going to be able to eat up a lot of poke. It's going to be easy for you to absorb that initial volley coming through from the Maokai ultimate, that Nature's Grasp. It's going to be really good at defending the front line while also being that kind of secondary engage for this Sylas, who's going to be sending it with that Sivir ultimate on his back.
And this early Sylas pick actually puts such a huge dampener into what
Another
Luminosity
good
Gaming
ult.
can go for support. I mean, like, I think when you look at all the supports that could engage, they could have gone with, that is like the least offensive one you can go for, because
I like the Renekton.
the Renekton's nice. Dominus, not necessarily this super condemning ultimate to take from if you are the Sylas,
Yeah.
but I just overall, the conversation about probably Luminosity we're having, do we lock in Nautilus? No, because we don't want to give Death Charge over. Do we lock in Leona?
Yeah.
No. Then they get Solar Flare. They can get Alistar Ultimate. They can get, Magnetstorm as well. So quickness seems like the least offensive one you can give over to the Sylas, at least in this game one. Cassante ends up being the lock-in. I know there was a potential for a Malphite. They were hovering it for Ariana, but looks like Cassante just might be the overall better 1v1 into the proc.
I think there's just enough magic damage for it to be like, whatever. This isn't the moment, especially in a Fearless game. I think Cassante is reliable, makes a lot of sense. I think so at this point now, we have a pretty interesting comp here for Dorado Gaming. I think both of these teams really looking to farm up and play a little more for that late game. And honestly, I think both of these teams have a pretty good shot when it comes to team fights at that 2-3 item. It really is going to come down to how we're executing things. And I will say, on LG side, you do have a strong lane in that Renekton to play for. And on Dorado's side, you do have a pretty good mid lane pairing with the Azir. You are going to get push, so it should be possible for Shoji to be able to move, make plays, have impact.
I mean, if anything, play through bot lane. Sivir wave clear once she becomes unlocked. It's pretty unmatched. I'm trying to think if Dorado are going to be able to dragon stack this game. I know Sylas jungle got buffed so that he can now clear the jungle pretty reasonably, at least on the first clear. Because in the past beatdown, Sylas jungle was able to still work. It's just the first clear is so bad. So brutal. But once you're able to get items, especially if you went the full AP route, I mean, you can just clear the jungle. It doesn't even matter. But now that they've made it so that his Petricide Burst, which is his passive, now does bonus damage to monsters, that first clear is healthy enough and quick enough that you're able to get a full clear rotation, still get onto the map for Crab or even look for a gank before that 3:30 minute mark. I think the fastest I've seen it is around 3:05, 3:08. Shapeshift might have been able to
I was about to
off
say,
something
was it Shapeshift?
You know where I'm always going for my full clear sources, bro. Shapeshift is the GOAT. Anyway, we didn't get to touch upon predictions. Obviously, we're going to hear from Twitch chat in a bit who they think, but broadcast, we predicted. It's time to see who we think. I'll go ahead and say it just in case we can't get it up. I put down Luminosity for this series, Dorado Gaming Believers, Desterux, and Hawk. Hawk was correct on the Conviction Esports prediction last series. We'll see if he can maintain that perfect streak today. Otherwise, I don't know if this first draft changes anything for you, Beatdown. Are you going to be a flip-flopper? Or do you, yeah.
No, I'm probably going to lock in. I'm going to stick with who I'm with. Part of it is, I think both sides have a lot of good ways to play out this game, but also, I'm looking at nameplates, bro. Like, this is LG, who, while, you know, they dropped the game here and there in that regular split, it was BO1s, and I really think the more time goes on in this playoffs, it really gives us this idea that BO1s aren't the most accurate showing in terms of how strong a team really is once we get deeper into playoffs.
All right, well, this is what Broadcast Zone thinks. But who do you guys think is going to win? Let us know in Twitch chat. Hashtag LG for Luminosity Gaming, or hashtag DOG for Dorado Gaming to see if they got that dog in them to make the underdog win a reality here in our second series.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who keeps wanting to call them dog, because I see the try code.
It's a good try code, man.
It's very validating.
Yeah, I got you. I mean,
Thank you.
When Dorado Gaming pulled off their upset win against Dark Zero last week, I was on the co-stream with Desrux, and both he and I just started barking. We were just letting the
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean we had to show our support in some way or some fashion, and I think that was the most appropriate. We just started howling. Oh,
Yeah, fair. I mean, it works. They won. Love that for them. They have a lot of fans who think they're gonna win too, because this is overwhelming.
85%. The fan favorites come out in full support for the dogs. We'll see if they got that dog in them or if it's going to be a Luminosity Gaming win in our first match of our final series. Let's hit the Rift.
That's right. Who is going to face Conviction in that winner's final? That's what this match is going to decide, because that best of 5 will show us who's going to first make it to the grand finals, who's going to take the first spot in that LTA promotion tournament. Both these teams here right now are fighting for that right to be able to get that opportunity next week.
So, beatdown.
Yes.
Back to the Silas Jungle conversation.
Yes.
Because I've done some research.
It's not electrocuted. Sad.
So, I think this is okay because he is not solo AP this game.
That's fair.
If this was like double AD, then you would definitely try and go for the AP assassin route, either electrocute or Dark Harvest if you feel like you were just that guy.
Ooh,
But electrocute more than likely would have been the route. But Conqueror gives you a lot of flexible options. Conqueror, you can still go AP. Most of the time, I see Proto Belt Rush as a solid way to give yourself a little bit of resistances with the HP. You get ability haste and a decent amount of damage. And of course, the extra active from the Proto Belt is another gap closer so that you can really do some creative ways of approaching and trying to force out summoner spells or threaten the backline for yourself. The other option to actually consider is something along the lines of a Sundered Sky Shojin Rush, because that is what a lot of the Silas jungles around the world that have been playing him so far have gone for. Obviously, the crit Silas has been taken out of the game. It's no
Thank
longer
God.
the bug was atrocious. We're not going to see Infinity Edge Silas, but because Silas has 130% AD scaling on his passive, as long as you have CDR and decent base AD, you actually have a pretty nice way to skirmish early on. It's not super burst heavy from your abilities, but it's just unlocking your passive to get multiple procs down, and you're just skirmishing a lot, and the extra healing and sustain you get from Sunder Sky makes Silas even harder to kill in the first skirmishes of the game when he's on that first item.
There you have it, folks. You see what route Kaido wants to go down. He has a lot of different options, as we see. Taking a look at both of these junglers. Kaido, for those who may not know, formerly known as City Witty, who's been around the block when it comes to Tier 2 gameplay, Mark. Been there right alongside Tomio over these last couple of years, but Tomio is the one who's reached those higher highs and is trying to get back there.
Tomio had a brief stint on Shopify Rebellion last year, being able to briefly sub in and be the starter over Boogie during the beginning of the spring split for Shopify in summer. And then they swapped over to Boogie when things were not working, but I still stand by the fact that it wasn't necessarily Tomio's fault. I think there was just a lot of things that were not working with the roster at the time, and the way that I remember talking to the staff members of Shopify that they were killing scrims and Tomio was like 1v9ing. Unfortunately, scrim bucks can only get you so far sometimes, but when it came to stage, I remember a lot of the conversations. If you go back and watch the Rebel Log files, which is what the content series that they would put out, it's like a lot of the things that they had practiced and seemed so confident on in scrims, it was just forgotten on stage. And it could have just been a simple fact of the case that was Tomio's first stint in pro play. And sometimes when you come up to pro play for the first time, whether it's nerves or just, confidence issues, can hurt the best. But now, as you said, Tomio, if he and Luminosity Gaming can move ahead and be one of the top 2 teams, they'll have a shot to make it back to Tier 1.
And Zazel has said in past interviews that they believe that they can win that LTA tournament, take the spot away from the Sky. So a lot of confidence in himself, in his teammates. They all have confidence in each other, and I think their performances every time they're in Tier 2 have really spoken for themselves in that regard. Either this core has either won the split often enough or have come very close.
Such a hard obstacle to overcome, but at the end of the day, Luminosity Gaming, they have been able to win the split once this year. Definitely the favorites to do it again. Quick update, it's not going to be a Thunder Sky rush here from Kaido, as he's got 2 amplifying tomes in his inventory, so this will be more than likely the Proto Belt rush. I'm curious if any Silas junglers are looking at Cosmic Drive. That is like another little item that people have been like playing around with, but I think the overall active from Proto Belt is what a lot of people just end up favoring in the end, even though you get a little bit of extra movement speed and a little bit more ability haste with the Cosmic Drive rush. But this will be an AP Silas, Mr. Beatdown, and depending on how the game goes on, he can continue going to Burst Assassin kind of mode with heavier AP items, or he can go for Bruiser style. You already have an Azir. You can go Bloodletter's Curse second and just try and see if you can help diminish a lot of the MR. Maybe not second item, maybe third item. Depends on how fast the MR scaling or the magic resistance is coming in for the frontline members of LG. There's a lot of flexible build paths. I think that's just in general why I love that Silas jungle is back in the meta right now.
And of course, Kaido has the utility with some of the ults he's able to steal away, most notably that Nature's Grasp from Tomio, quickness from Azazel. So we'll see how that ends up panning out. Right now, you can see Tomio's gotten ahead a little bit in terms of the farm game. He's been matching Kaido in those instances where he shows his face to try and make a play. Right now, we can see in the mini-map, a little bit of action, seeing something, and Insanity's even making a move.
Everyone's getting feisty over that Tri-Bush Ward spot, as in the end, oh, nice sidestep from Mixture, dodges the Grand Entrance, and then using the stand behind me to get back to safety. Doesn't really net anything in the end, just preserving a little bit of HP for Dorado Gaming's bot lane. You can see that Tomio was trying to set up priority to look for the first dragon of the game. You definitely have the means to do so thanks to Bramble Snatch doing so much damage onto neutral objectives, but Luminosity Gaming take a little too long trying to get the setup in place, and in the end, they're going to back off so that they can both play for Grub spawning in the next 50 seconds.
Yeah, interestingly enough, neither team is really going to go for the actual swap. But otherwise, if that's the case, I'm really liking LG's chances because you have the Renekton, level 7, access to the Dominus. Does mean that LG have a really good shot at claiming that neutral objective. And Fake God getting a pretty good advantage here so far in this lane, about to get a plate. He's up 15 CS. God damn.
Fake God doing pretty darn good work here on the Renekton. I know that many times in the past that when we see Fake God here in NACL, he gets to be kind of the big man on a campus. And it does result in a lot of pro diffs and advantages that Luminosity Gaming can kind of run away with the advantage. Speaking of pro diff, shout out to our sponsor, ProDiff.gg. If you want to get some one-on-one coaching with a former or current pro from the LTA or NACL, now's the time. It's Fake God, Quick Flash, conserves his life. And he can maybe show you how to do a flash like that. I don't remember if he's one of the coaches or not available for...
You know what, Mark? It doesn't matter, because what matters is every coach on ProDiff.gg, no matter who they are, either active or recently active, NACL or LTA North Pros. So you can be sure you're getting the best one-on-one coaching from the pros. And I will say that flash, that's hashtag worth. He lost no HP, he still gets the call, he still gets the back. And this jungler got all 3 grubs uncontested, baby.
You know what I like to call that beatdown? A humble flash. That is no ego flash. He knows that he's cooked in that angle, and he's just going to do his best to just say, all right, you got me. Here's my summoner spell. Don't take my health bar.
Yep. And I will say, that was the cost of that proxy, and I think that's a cost he pays every day of the week, because that CS lead has jumped up yet again. As top lane is going to continue to be a problem here for Dorado Gaming if they aren't careful. Curious to see if they're going to try and take some advantage elsewhere. It's tough because nothing has been traded for the grubs that went down, and now that so much time has passed, there's really not an angle to actually go for this dragon.
I was thinking about whether Luminosity would want to try and accelerate the pace of the game with dragon stacking, because their team doesn't necessarily fall off the later the game goes on. Corki and Ezreal would like to hit a huge mid-game spike at the very least, so they don't mind stalling out the game for farm. But Dorado Gaming has some of the best late-game carries in the game, and they're also synonymous with stalling for the longest games ever between Azir and Sivir. I can't count on my hand how many Jin Air Green Wing games I watched in college where Azir and Sivir were the two carries, and they went past 50+ minutes just being able to stall with their super safe wave clear.
I've seen games like that here in NACL over the years where
True.
the same thing ends up being the case. So it's true that wave clear, pushing power, a lot of stalling power there for Dorado Gaming, but I don't think that's the position they want to be in. The hope is they stay even.
Nice snag onto Kaido. He gets flashed on, and he has no chance to escape. Shochi just could fall next, waiting to use the flash until the very
that's
end,
crazy.
and decides not to use it. He knows that he's dead. LG pick up 2 kills to start off the first game.
That kill was downright disrespectful. You shuffle Tomio into the turret, and he just walks around your sand soldiers and kills you in the end of it. Very successful play. It's going to get them the dragon, and of course, that attention from the side of LG means another proxy is coming through here from Fake God, and really, again, like, watch this Maokai. I would feel disrespected if I was Shochi. I don't know what else to say.
I think from the side of Kaido and Shochi, acknowledging that the game or the fight there was cooked no matter what they did in that instance. Obviously, Shochi's ultimate is going to come back up soon, but Kaido not panicking and grabbing an ultimate or trying to use it as soon as possible, waiting for his moment. We have to see, though, something from the side of Dorado Gaming, because if LG are able to take this victory or take this fight and snowball it further from a 3,000 gold advantage to one that is so monstrous that Dorado Gaming cannot even come back from it despite all the wave clear that they have, then, well, then we'll be questioning why we picked this champion at all.
Yeah, fair. And Shochi, I mean, he's fine. He's playing Azir. He's fine, right? Mark, is he fine? Tell me he's fine.
He still has flash, but Shochi? Are we just...
I'm just gonna sit down now.
Oh no!
I need to take a seat after that. I
was waiting to see if, like, okay, Shochi realizes that Zazel is cutting him off from being able to slide around him, so surely he's just gonna flash at some point, right? Right? And it just never came through, and I guess Shochi was just being super greedy, trying not to have to burn the flash, but you have to imagine, let's say he manages to slide around taking all that damage. Is he able to defend that turret if Maokai's on the top side of the map? Maybe.
Well, unfortunately, he's not there to do so. LG very comfortably going to use their 3 grubs to knock down almost every plate. Maybe they can actually finish this turret off, so that's going to be first brick.
First brick acquired for LG. Here comes Dorado Gaming. They use the power of the quickness, stolen with the hijack, but Kaido gets bursted down, and now Tomio has arrived for the counter gank, and Dorado Gaming are going to feel very sheepy. No, Shochi! When are we using Flash, brother?
Next series, I fear. That is, that's tough. That's tough scenes, as my friend Austin would say. Miss that guy. As, wow. This has been a very, very convincing early game for the side of Luminosity Gaming. Again, there's a reason that a lot of teams have them as favorites for top 2, maybe even winning the split. And, oh, Mark.
Okay, hang on, beat down. Hang
on. I'm hanging on.
So right now, LG have a massive 6,000 gold advantage. This game looks pretty hard for Dorado Gaming to come back from. So I'm giving Luminosity Gaming all of the favor to win from this game state. If you are a Dorado Gaming fan, now is the time. There's one thing you can do to try and salvage this game.
Okay.
Hang on with me on this one. Everyone needs to go into their calendars and change today's date to Saturday. Today is Friday, but if everyone around the world were to change their date to Saturday, it could be the buff that Shochi needs to level up and just become Thanos on the map. He needs the power of Saturday in particular. because I think that is the only way that we are getting this brother back into the game.
Good lord, I don't know if they can save him this game.
Oh!
Although,
Oh, he finally used flash, and he gets the shutdown. It's ABG
You know
Saturday
what?
for Shochi. It might be possible.
You know
Let's
what?
go, Shochi.
we questioned him holding the flash. Truly, we just don't understand this high-level gameplay, because that flash saved his life right there and got him a shutdown onto Insanity. It will not necessarily close the gap that we've been seeing, but it should give a little space for Dorado to maybe try and do something about this. Herald, Shochi needs to look for that TP. Insanity doesn't have it, but it's looking like they don't actually want to try. They're going to let this one go as well.
I just got word beat down that not all the calendars have been shifted to Saturday yet, but I did see reports that Shochi took a swig of some matcha tea mixed with ube.
Oh,
And
dang.
I think that was the power-up that he needed. Anyway, Shochi now teleporting to the bot side just to make sure that Ariana is bailed out here on the side lane. Fake God already popping the Dominus, so Shochi should be safe. No flash available as Kaido forced the flash away from the grand entrance, and it's another turret that falls in favor of Luminosity Gaming.
That's right, and Shochi. Oh, no.
Oh no, he ran out of
Oh, no,
Matcha
he's
tea.
fine. He still is
Get
here.
him some
He still
more,
is here.
please. Okay, he's fine.
He's fine. He's fine. Still, a lot of pressure earned. A TP force from Ariana as well. So it does mean that Dorado Gaming aren't getting out of these situations for free, and LG are still maintaining control around this bottom side river. And it's perfect timing too, because another dragon is coming up very shortly, and it's hard because with no TPs available, Fake God can go top lane if he wants to, and basically be unpressured until that objective fight starts out. I mean, that's why you're seeing the pings come through. Shochi is going to have to match, but it almost guarantees LG this dragon.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to contest something like a Maokai for neutral objectives. Bramble Smash
that.
pretty much gives you full control, and then if you even thought about walking into the river, well, he's got Leandries in an Oblivion Orb Rust.
Oh.
First of all, goated purchase.
True.
Based as frick from Mr. Tomio here. Because now those saplings not only are going to hurt a lot, but also if you're trying to heal and sustain your way through, well, that's going to get cut through as well. Uh-oh.
Oh,
They stopped the recall from the rocket. Nature's Grasp is going to lock down Ariana. He has Flash. He has All Out available, but I think he's taking too much damage. He knows that it is too late at this point. Tomio, 3-0-2 on the Maokai.
And another turret going to drop at the hands of this Rift Herald. LG are getting everything they want this game, and you might have even noticed on the minimap too. The response to the Dragon take was a little late. Dorado wanted to try and punish Fake God. Didn't work. So now he's very comfortable pushing as far as he is right now towards Dorado Gaming's side of the map. And once again, Dog have no answers.
I mean, I got one answer. I said it a few minutes ago. We could probably send more matcha over to Shochi's house. Maybe that'll be enough. Question mark.
Sure. All right. Well, yeah.
Jokes aside, it is a 6,000 gold advantage for Luminosity at this point, and they are hitting this mid-game stride very, very strongly, thanks to all of the moves made by Tomio, who has been very proactive in the setup, punishing on Dorado Gaming alongside Zazel with both of their big fights around mid lane and top lane. And at this point, Dorado are hoping that by the time they hit 2 items, maybe they can find a decent pick, looking at shutdowns on either Tomio or Zazel, although Tomio is probably the juicier target since it's a 350 gold bounty, plus the extra base gold from the kill that you get on top of it. So I don't know, maybe you can get some vision down, just try and sniff out where Tomio's going to go next, and then just send 4 members to get that guy.
I mean, Mark, may I remind you of a saying? Beggars can't be choosers. Dorado Gaming, they're going to take whatever kill they can get, and
Fair.
I would be pretty surprised if they thought, man, but what if we got Tomio? No, you be happy with whatever kill you're able to find in this situation. They once again start leaning towards the Renekton side, and it's kind of brutal too. Really shows the power of that Ezreal Corki that we talked about. Hard to gank, especially because the engage isn't really quite there for Dorado. Braum is better as secondary engage. it really is going to take Kaido and Shochi sending it for Dorado Gaming to reliably be able to start a fight. And when you have Ezreal Corki, it's really hard to get on top of those members. And your only option is this very, very fed Renekton.
Okay, Kaido has his own Nature's Grasp. Shochi just bought 2 items. Can he get to the fight? He's walking. I think it's going to be too late by the time he gets there. Two-shot barrage sidestep by Sushi on the Sivir. Nicely done to try and escape. Unfortunately, can't say the same about Mixture and Kaido, who both fall to Fate God's Renekton. Shochi and Ariana both arrived to the party. It did require the TP of Dorado Gaming's top laner. And unfortunately for them, there's nothing they can do to stop this Otacon from being taken now, since they've already lost on their jungler. And Luminosity Gaming surged to 7,000 in gold advantage.
Another objective going the way of LG and Mark. Not for that single kill Dorado got. LG would be on their way to a perfect game right now. Dorado Gaming, they have been smothered. They've taken no turrets, no objectives, haven't been able to find any successful plays. And while did point out the 2-item mark does come through, can they actually do anything with it? They're down 8,000 gold. Once the members of LG back and spend what they've earned, I don't know if it's enough to make that difference, no matter how powerful the spike is.
Probably not. Sushi is also on 2 items, but Sivir takes a little bit longer to really scale up in effectiveness and damage. The Flicker Blade is nice to get more spell rotations of that Boomerang Blade and the Ricochet, but Sushi really wants to be able to find at least like an Infinity Edge 3rd item. Thankfully for him, no one is really building armor on the side of Luminosity Gaming, so he doesn't have to go for a Lord Doms. Okay, 4-man dive onto Fate God on the top side. There's no TPs to answer, so surely this Croc should go down.
Nope.
Surely this Croc should go down.
Nope.
Surely this Croc should go down.
Nope.
Oh my God, Dorado Gaming cannot pull it off. Fate God is too tanky.
He has hysterics. Like, the build is just exceptional this game from Fate God. And again, because their comp really lacks reliable engage, Renekton is their only choice, and this Renekton is fed out of his mind. So they gave up so much space on a failed dive, they lost 2 tier 2s in the process.
The gold now climbs to nearly 9,000 beat down. That is a... I don't know if it's broadcast safe to say that. It's a tragedy.
Yes.
Oh, Shochi forced to use the Emperor's Divide just on Zazel because he was setting up the engage for Tactical and Fate God to follow up on. Shochi's forced to dash back to safety. We'll take a recall here, or at least just walk it back to base, because you never know where a Luminosity Gaming member could be hiding at this stage in the game. And with this advantage, they really have just the utmost freedom to set up wherever they want on the map.
Yeah, this is tough. This really feels like a situation where you ever played chess? You're friends with Josh, Mark, so you've played chess at some point in your life. Like, I just know it for a fact. There's just a point in the game where you're a couple moves away from losing, and there's very little for you to do, and it's not something. I joke sometimes about saying like FF and things like that, but this is such a difficult position Dorado Gaming are in. Again, all they can do is make plays on this Renekton. Well, guess what? Hysterics is back. His Dominus is back.
Pops the Dominus, and this time the reinforcements are here for LG on time. So the fight is just a disaster for Dorado Gaming. Shochi teleports in just to die, and Luminosity Gaming are just flying high.
And while Dorado Gaming get their 2nd kill, they get decimated in the process. And it just means that yet another tier 2 turret is going to go down, and Dorado Gaming's ability to walk outside of their base just continues to diminish. Once we get to 3rd items of breakpoints here for LG, like, there's just no response. And again, it's just the read from LG. They keep trying this play onto Fate God, and this time they were there to answer it because there wasn't really anything else they could get in trade. They flipped this play around, and they created even more devastating game state.
No beatdown. I would not be mad at that play if it was made like 10 minutes ago, when the gold lead wasn't that disastrous. And in fact, I would have advocated when Dorado were starting to hit 2 items on some of their carries before 2 items were completed on Luminosity Gaming. It's like, hey, you should take this window to just try and push the game forward, because I'm not confident in them being able to stall the game for much longer if it does not go well. and they didn't really commit to that one topside fight. Both of the solo laners were not able to get there in time before Kaido and Mixture fell. And now that they're full sending it, I mean, guys, we're down 11,000 gold. It feels like it's too
we're not
late
killing
at this
Redacted.
point. Yeah.
This is not happening. It's tough though, because you feel desperate. You got to do something at this point. These bush plays, trying to bait, is the only option available, and that's the hope here. Trying to dangle Shochi. Hey guys, come and get him. He's all alone. But it's dead.
He just grasps Unleashed from Tomio. The Braum shield catches a majority of it, but all out from Orianna trying to stall out Bagon on the backside, but they just flank from every single angle and they overwhelm the front line of Dorado Gaming. And you can just see the massacre that is being laid to waste on the side of Dorado Gaming's map. Shochi has been isolated, and now Fake God is going to run down the Golden Emperor one last time. There's a Baron to take for Luminosity Gaming, but you can see that the carries are already in the base, getting some structures. Shoshi with the fancy feet is able to at least slide away from danger for now, but gets caught by the Grand Entrance, and that is enough for Fake God to slice himself another bird on the menu.
Yeah, and that delay is so brutal. LG can go straight for the Baron right after that, and Dorado Gaming, they just have to watch. Not even watch, they're going to get the global announcement when this Baron goes down, because there is no other response that could possibly be had.
Baron secured at 26 minutes, nearly a 15,000 gold advantage for Luminosity Gaming. Normally we say that the game is over when you reach the 10,000 gold advantage mark. Beatdown.
What about
last
15?
night in LPL, there was a 20,000 gold advantage. Or not last night, 2 nights ago. And I don't think any other match had reached that much gold disparity. There's a chance that Luminosity Gaming could do it.
Okay, so when you say 20K, do you mean like when the Nexus exploded, or when we're like having gameplay still?
I mean, let's be honest. At 10,000 gold, the game is over, but
For
the
sure.
game
I
was...
just want to know like what you're referencing.
Yeah, no. I mean, by the end of the game, it was 21.8.
That is still really high.
Yeah, 21.8K. And before they closed it, when they were sieging, it was like 19,000. So
okay, that's what I mean. That's ridiculous.
That's effectively 20,000. Right?
Yeah. No, I'm with it. I was just curious. Because that is. Imagine fighting down 20K. What?
Yeah, pretty much every person against you has like a 4,000 gold advantage. Like they have a full expensive item advantage over you. Is practically the gold spread.
That's crazy.
That is indeed very crazy. And
shout out LPL.
Shout out LPL. LG making the push now. 2 inhibitors fall. The 3rd inhibitor could fall next, thanks to Fake God split pushing on the top side. Shoshi trying to kill the wave as much as possible. First Nexus turret falls. Luminosity Gaming just taking it slow, knowing that they have the world at their fingertips, and Dorado Gaming are just crumbling inside it. The engage from Zazel locks them all up with the charm of the quickness, and Shochi is going to die one last time as he throws out his Sand Soldiers, trying to hold the line, but Luminosity Gaming break through it, and they're going to take game 1 of the series.
Good lord. That was a massacre. Nexus exploding at 28 minutes. Definitely one of our faster games, even though it wasn't the fastest. And this is what we keep talking about, Mark. When we say this Luminosity Gaming team is a favorite, a definitive favorite, why a lot of the teams in this league respect them and their ability. It's games like this. It just reminds you who they are. And now all they need is one more game. And they're in that winner's final.
And depending on how dominant this series is from Luminosity Gaming, it makes me wonder what happened in the first series between Supernova Blue Water and Dorado and Dark Zero in particular, just to show like, okay, if Dark Zero and Supernova are able to make their way through the lower bracket, how strong are they really? It's like an overall grand question and conversation that can be had. If it was things that was just on the day of, that things didn't go their way, and the upset was, was there other influences or factors? But obviously, we still have a series to play out through here. Maybe Dorado Gaming got a little bit of a second win in them, and some of the OP picks are taken away from Luminosity Gaming. We'll see how it all resolves when we come back right after this break.
I think a key factor is like making sure you and your teammates are all on the same page and have like good vibes, have constructive like reviews, and kind of like encourage each other and make sure everyone is grinding hard. I think that's just like the biggest thing.
Just resilience, and every split it's like a long marathon, so there are bad moments, bad days will happen, and it's all about how anyone can bounce back and learn from the hardships that come within each split.
I think while playing the competition during practice and matches, it's always important to have fun. Enjoying what you do is important, not just in the league, but whatever aspect in life. I think naturally, if you enjoy or have fun doing something, you'll be naturally talented. And I think that's a key factor for competition, League of Legends, or just anything.
Well, with best one regular season, just making sure that you make playoffs. I think this was similar to what happened in LFL 2, where they had best of one regular season and KCB were like 7th seed or something, and they got 2nd place. I really just think that with best of ones, like really anything can happen. So as long as you're just winning some and getting to playoffs, like I think everyone will have a chance to really go far in playoffs. So I think like just give yourself the opportunity to scale into playoffs and be the team that you want to be.
I think key factor is being able to grow faster and catch up to these NACL teams as a team. Of course, I think we absolutely have the ability to do so. So I think as long as we stick together and don't mental boom, I think we got this.
Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for our second game of our last series of the day between Luminosity Gaming and Dorado Gaming. Now, beatdown. This was a beatdown.
I was about to say the exact same thing. Handshake emoji, same hat, because this was indeed a beatdown. I'm gonna put a stamp on that one.
True. The beatdown stamp of approval. Honestly, if I don't know how much time you got outside of NACL, but if you wanted to do a little fun content spin-off, Nate, you should just be like beatdown or something else, And you can just judge like, was this a I mean, that sounds a little easier on paper than I'm giving it credit to, but I don't know, there's something fun there.
There is something there. There is something there. Maybe I will. I don't know. Actually, I'm lying. I probably won't. But I love the idea.
Understandable. We've got other things going on in our lives. We both are in the 30s club, and it's time to start looking at other things. Yeah, we are unk status. The funny thing is that Eric the other day was telling me I'm not unk status until I hit 36. I'm now just big bro. I don't know.
He's just coping, man. He's Mr. Coper. I think ever since I told him that he was twice the age of Sniper, I think he's never quite been the same.
that just blew his mind. He's like,
there's a clip of it somewhere where he's like, oh my god, he was so sad. I kind of feel bad.
We love you, Eric.
Me too.
And I'm hoping that he is doing okay because his favorite team in Dorado Gaming took a pretty brutal loss against Luminosity Gaming. The nice thing at the end of the day, this is still the upper bracket, so even if Dorado are not able to make a comeback, they still have a chance in the lower bracket, and we'll see if they can recover from there. But obviously, the series is not over. Luminosity Gaming got to do their work in order to continue finishing out the series. But there's a reason a majority of us here on the broadcast did vote for them at the beginning of the day. And, you know, the Silas jungle, I got excited for it. I was hoping to see a lot more sparks with it, but I think ever since Tomio and Zazel made that first connect and link up in the mid lane, seems like Kaido was just shut down in any possible momentum, so we didn't really get to see the Silas jungle shine at all.
I will say, I think we did talk about a little bit how there wasn't like a definitive go button. The Braum pick made sense in the 2v2. It makes sense with the champions like Corki Ezreal, but it ended up struggling because Dorado needed someone to start the fight, and Braum is not necessarily very good at it.
Yeah.
So all that pressure onto Kaido means he wasn't able to make it happen. But that's okay, because all those champions are banned. We don't have to worry about them anymore. I love Fearless, and Dorado Gaming giving us a bit of a side swap, so maybe they can get something strong in their first pick.
If Kaido still wants to continue down the rabbit hole of fun junglers, he's a legacy Rengar player, he's a legacy Kindred player.
Yeah.
We'll see if any of those rear their heads here, or if he will go to something a little bit more standard, something a little bit more meta. Xin and Pantheon have yet to be played this series. They were only banned, if memory serves correctly, or at least ones that they didn't opt into. Dorado open up on blue side. What are the bans here? You have to think of, as we talked about, the jungle power picks and Pantheon. Xin, Trundle still also an option. Wukong, a big shout out there from Luminosity, taking that away from Kaido, as he does like to be on the carry side of things for the squad.
Yeah,
There is Yunara, maybe?
could be. We'll see. I mean, there's a lot. It's only game 2. A lot of strong stuff is still going to be removed. So, whatever. My real interest is what's the prio pick here for Dorado Gaming? We're in a situation where backs against the wall, one game away from being sent to lower bracket. Do we lean into more of those comfort picks? I know you highlighted Kindred for Kaido. There's, of course, the Kaisa for Sushi. He's played it a couple of games this split and has looked excellent in all of them. I'm wondering if that's a setup that they maybe want to go for as well.
Oriana taken off the table. Nocturne has yet to be played this series, so that could have been a layup for Luminosity on R1 and R2. Nicely sniped out. Also, the buy taken away from Tomio in particular, just to deny a reliable way of locking down one specific target for either team. Ziggs, no Shochi Ziggs. So now, maybe an 80 carry option, as we highlighted before. The Yunara is slammed here for Sushi.
Yeah, there you go. A pretty strong pick right now. Really good later on into the game. The hope is that Dorado Gaming can get there in better shape than they did in game 1. Sushi should be able to make something happen.
Luminosity Gaming, what is the answer now? Do you go for a blind mid laner? Talia still available. You could probably go for if you lock in this, if you lock in the Zen, then Dorado can go for Trundle response, which makes those 2v2s not as favorable. So Luminosity gonna hide their jungle pick. They can go for Zen. They can go for Poppy. Poppy's not bad to combo with Talia. It's not as like exact with the placement, but you just slam someone through the Unraveled Earth and that guarantees the stun. So they'll keep their options open. They're actually just going to go for the Alistar, and they can blind it early because, hey, there's no more Silas to pick from for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and it's, I think, a pretty good one when you consider the Trundle possibility that you talked about, because while Alistar does get tankier when he ult its damage reduction, Trundle can't steal that. So it's a smart move there from LG, also not showing jungle, as you said.
Ooh!
Oh!
I know we were talking a little bit off screen about the support meta overall and how certain supports prefer enchanters. Mixture was not on our list for people who would go to an Enchanter this early on in the Fearless draft, but I like it. Just trying to give a little bit of extra power to Orianna, and with this early Galio lock-in, that can be flexed either to top lane or mid lane, but could be nice for Shochi just to be a reliable frontliner and take away the reins of the carry role away from him and just invest into Sushi's Yunara.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, too. Like, you have Lulu, now you have this Galio. You're really putting all your eggs into the Sushi basket, which I think is fine. He's played really well this split, especially in those last 2 weeks of play, so he could do something this game, and it is a bit of a lack of damage there from Dorado Gaming, and it's seeming like they don't want to correct that just yet. They want to go for more of the dive, and they're going to do that with the Ambessa.
Curious to see how they'll set up what I imagine is going to be their 80 carry pick now that they know that Nara and Lulu locked in. The other option is to thin out the jungle pool and then just go for a priority jungler that's left, because Dorado Gaming haven't locked in a jungler for themselves either. If you want to deny something like the Trundle away from Dorado, then you can secure Xin Zhao for yourself, and you pretty much have the undisputed best skirmishing jungler that's available when it comes to just like stat checkers that are on the Rift. Jarvan would probably be another one that is up for contention. I guess it just depends on what Luminosity is thinking about hiding from Dorado.
I think they agree with you. No, I think that was a really good call out, Mark, because I think Jarvan would have been really good for Dorado's composition, and I think they're going to hide jungle until the end there for Tomio. At the end of the day, you know the bot lane you're working with, so I kind of imagine they're just going to pick for tactical this game. We saw the Kalista hover. We know it's a champion he likes to play, even though she's really fallen out of favor. So maybe something early game dominant. Could be on the angle, though with Alistar, I don't necessarily like it. So we'll see.
Sin's banned away, so now when it comes to skirmishers, Trundle is the next best option. Luminosity, though, are considering an 80 carry pick and hiding the jungle. I just want to say, Tomio is also a legacy Rengar player. I don't know if you want to pick Rengar into Lulu, because anytime you jump forward into Galio with taunt, polymorph from Lulu, but I also don't know what Tomio is setting up for a jungle last pick. They have decent engage from Alistar, pick a potential from Talia and Ambessa, and now you have late game investment with the Smolder.
I think the Poppy is still something worth considering, as you mentioned. We'll see what else. Oh, wow. It's the Yorick pick for Orianna. It's going for, some split push ability, some team fighting ability, mostly leaning towards that split. And then we're going to get that answer. What's Kaido looking to actually play here to close out this draft?
Not sure if you like Trundle. Even though, it seems like, yeah, because you need engage. Oh, okay, well.
Oh, that's good, actually.
I mean, we talked about Kaido being a legacy Kindred player. Here it is. He's picked it. And at least when you have a Lulu for yourself, you can either buff the Kindred or the Yunara. So double marksman, decent frontliner to Galio. Not necessarily the strongest way to engage, but if you get engaged to pawn, you have a lot of counter engage measures. And at the end of the day, this is probably the most underwhelming R5 pick in terms of fun factor, but I think it is a nice way for Luminosity to at least get guaranteed non-committal engage and be able to wait out Dorado's jungle pick, so that if they wanted to go for the Sejuani, but they didn't want to get trundled and subjugated, they had to let Dorado pick their jungler first. So I can understand.
Yeah, it had to be done. I will say I like Dorado's draft a lot more in this game, because you look at what LG are trying to do. You're trying to use your top side to essentially buy time for Smolder to get to that magic 225 stacks mark. But on the other side, I mean, Kindred Galio is a really strong 2v2 historically. You can get a lot of work done in that early game, and late game is still really good for you with Yunara and Lulu. So it really does seem like whoever manages to find that early advantage is going to be able to take this one. But, I mean, you know, to LG's credit, they've been really great with that in most of their series so far.
I just have to say, Beatdown, if Luminosity Gaming win with this draft, and if Tomio like has in particular a pop-off game with Sejuani, Deos needs to like take him out to dinner or something. He needs a raise. He needs to take him out to dinner, treat him to something nice in Toronto, because if I had to wait the full rotation and I'm thinking, hey coach, you know, I would like to play something fun this game. You know, I've been practicing my Kiana jungle. I have a Rengar. And then you're looking at the draft and coach tells you you're playing into Galio, Kindred, and Lulu Polymorph. Do you still want to pick an assassin? And Tomio's like, I'm better than that, coach. I can win.
No.
And he's like, just put the Sejuani fries in the bag, bro. Just play
Don't
the tank.
slander Tomio like that. I appreciate the fries in the bag joke, but he knows better. He must know better.
No, I know he knows. I'm not saying that he would willingly play an assassin into this. I'm just saying it's like, oh, you finally get counterpick as a jungler, which you don't get to do that often.
True.
But then you look at the draft and you're like, this draft sucks for me if I play something squishy and very volatile, right? So that's why I said it's like it's an understandable pick, but man, it's like, damn it.
That reminds me of a story I'm going to tell you later about EG challengers.
Okay.
But the point is, we got to ask the chat, Mark. We want enough about our opinions. Who do you think is going to win Twitch chat? Like, get your votes in. Will
DOG.
Dorado Game? So here's the thing. I'm going to make a case for Dorado Gaming in case everyone wants to vote for LG.
Okay. I'm
So
locked
Kaido, when he was named City Witty, played with Shochi in 2022 on a team known as Taco Gaming. And let me tell you, they did some crazy-ish by beating 100 Thieves Next. That was 100 Thieves Next with Insanity, by the way. Upsetting them in the finals. Just saying, it was an incredible series. Those two did some incredible work. Shochi Zed will live rent-free in my mind until the day I die. So maybe they can revive some of that sauce for today.
Was that
the
same roster that had Cozy
yes,
Shroud?
It was Cozy City, Shochi. Oh my God, who was their bot lane? Let me look up the Taco Gaming song lyrics, where I have them somewhere. Who was it?
Respect.
You know?
I remember, if that's the same year that Cozy was on Taco Gaming, I remember casting their lower bracket match against Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, during Proving Grounds.
Yeah, no, that was a legendary game. Oh man, that was a fun one. Yeah, it does take me back. That was 3 years ago.
I know.
3 years ago, because that was during spring. Holy moly!
Yeah, it was. Oh my God, a second qualifier in spring. Good times.
Well, enough of nostalgia trip. It's now about the present and seeing who is going to take this second game between Dorado Gaming and Luminosity Gaming. Let's hit the rift.
And we're going to see if Dorado Gaming can get the comeback started here and take us to a game 3, or if they will fall swiftly to LG into that lower bracket and go down to their last fight. We'll see. I like their draft a lot more this time around. I think they have a lot to work with here, and I'm going to be honest, Mark.
Yeah.
I'm going to judge a lot of this game on whether or not Dorado Gaming get the first rig. I don't remember who they were playing, but I remember Smolder getting the first dragon, and that sickens me. Should not happen. Ever. So if this happens, I'm just going to call Dorado lose. I'm just going to say it.
Just
Champion
based off,
should never get the
if
first
Luminosity get the first dragon,
dragon.
it's just,
GG.
it's cooked. Okay.
Bro, I swear, I promise you, any Smolder player who gets first dragon, it was Sajid. It was Sajid who got it, and he's like, yeah, I'm not going to lie, I didn't expect to get that. And I knew we were going to win. And I'm like, yes, you did, King. Yes, you did.
I mean, just to add on to the stakes, it's Smolder with an Alistar into a double range bot lane.
Yeah, like
should
what universe?
In what universe do you get pushed
Okay,
in priority
I'm
for a bottom objective? Now, I will say that can change if there's a lane swap and both of the bot lanes agree to go to the top side. Then it comes down to who has push between Fake God Ariana, and then always mid laner push will always help be a factor in that as well. But I'm with you to beat down. I'm with you.
You know, I appreciate you giving these caveats, but if Dorado Gaming lane swap away from that first dragon, I'm gonna disconnect from this call. I'm gonna.
Oh,
no.
now I'll have to solo cast.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do this one on your own, bro, because no way am I watching that game.
Fair enough. All right.
But we're getting heated for no reason. It's only 2 minutes in the game.
Hey,
Nothing's
listen,
happened yet.
It's okay. I got a little heated after watching the third time Shochi died and didn't use that.
Fair. It's okay, that fourth time, though.
I felt a
Nobody
little
kills
bad.
Shochi 4 times in a row.
I know. Yeah, I'm glad that in the end he found a way to use the flash.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't have gotten as mad as I did, but I was just like, no, my boy.
I know.
I need you
It's
to
'cause
do
we
well
love
so
him.
that we love Shochi, and also Eric loves Shochi. So
Oh, he does.
Shochi's success is codependent with Eric's happiness. So I need Eric to be. I like
Man, when you put it like that, I also want Shochi to do well. I mean, I already did, but, you know, I want Eric to be happy.
It's okay. I'm always happy when Deos and the boys are winning as well. And sometimes
Real.
you can't get both things. You can't always get what you want
Yeah.
in life.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it all unfolds. As so far, nothing too interesting has happened so far on the Rift. Both junglers went cross country, as in opposite sides. Tomio playing towards the top side of the map, whereas Kaido trying to path towards the bottom lane where he knows he's going to have guaranteed bush thanks to Mixture and Sushi being double ranged. Oh, that's unlucky. The RNG of the Scuttle Crab ends up being the first mark on the top side, so...
Yeah, GG.
Yep.
No, I'm just kidding.
It's not Dragon. What I do like from Kaido is that he's leaving up this Scuttle Crab on the bottom side of the map just in case that by the time the next reset of the Kindred mark comes around, he'll end up on the bottom crab rather than a harder camp like the Raptors or the Gromp instead. And so Kaido's already pathing towards the bot side of the map again. You can see that Tomio is trying to ping out. It's like, hey, we should try and push for this crab just in case Kaido has not taken it yet. Also aware of Kindred mechanics. We'll see if he looks for mid lane. Quick flash of insanity. Nicely done from Shochi to now get at least mid prio, but Tomio gonna get spotted here. Dashing the first spell from Tomio, which was Winter's Wrath. Zazel coming over just to assist. It's a 2v3 for Dorado, but Mixture now following suit, and it's a lot of damage from Kaido's Kindred, knowing that he can fight this Sejuani at range, just spacing him out. And nicely done from Dorado Gaming. That is a pro diff right there, beatdown.
Yeah, and speaking of, if you want to be able to learn how to play the game like some of the pros, you should check out our sponsor, prodiff.gg, where you get one-on-one coaching for the
pros. Wait a minute,
oh,
flash from Shochi for the taunt on Insanity. There's no flash from before, but there's enough damage from Kaido and Shochi to look for Insanity. Just a couple more on attacks, but not enough time to kill off Insanity, trying to proc the E mark there from Dorado Gaming's jungler. It was a close attempt.
Well, still doesn't change the fact that you can get one-on-one coaching from pros with prodiff.gg. All coaches are either active or formerly active NACL or LTA North players. Get some of the best coaching that you can with prodiff.gg. You can play like Tomio, who stole 2 respawn camps away because of all that time Kaido spent trying to get the mark to reset on the Scuttle Crab. It did work, as you pointed out, Mark, but did leave himself open to lose some camps like we saw.
And look at this. It's the first dragon of the game. Going over to Dorado Gaming.
Good.
So you know how in the previous series we talked about how Viego was one of the few junglers that when he is picked has a really nice, easy time with the dragon? So does Kindred, because when she pops her W, that wolf spirit does percentage current HP. So it is really nice to help burn down big, healthy, durable objectives like the dragon, like the herald. And so Dorado Gaming now find themselves with the first dragon of the game, and because of that, my co-caster is not going to leave me to solo cast, so I'm happy.
Yes, and you know who else is happy, Mark? Sushi and Mixture. Really taking advantage of this double range matchup. You can see this CS lead is actually pretty enormous, and it matters for 2 reasons. Because 1, of course, you're down in farm, but that also means that Smolder is getting less stacks. So winning out this 2v2 in a way that you're slowing down this Smolder, I think is really impactful, because the idea is that, you know, around that 4th dragon, typically, if you're stacking on time as Dorado Gaming, you know, LG will be able to have that 225 stacks on that 4th dragon mark. But if you slow him down, if you delay him, you can actually make it so that maybe you can get the soul before that happens and accelerate your team.
True. I like the advantage that Dorado Gaming can try and set themselves up for, because, as you said, stack those dragons fast before the baby dragon comes online.
Mark, look easy top lane. It's pushing away. Fake God did not get it shoved in.
Ooh.
I think. Ooh. Remember when I said stalling tactical is good for Dorado Gaming? Yeah, lane freeze means they can stall him.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. My goodness. Sushi. He's not even level 6. That was just the popping the Q in the transcendent form, but not even going transcendent from the ulti. So Tactical just walked to lane, but he has a teleport, so he'll be able to port back and catch the wave. I wonder if Tactical knew that the freeze was bad, so he had to sack his entire HP bar just to get the wave corrected. Oh, playing mid lane, Dark Procession on Insanity, knowing that his flash is still gone, and it's first blood going over to Ariana's Yorick.
Wow, and Insanity tried to escape with the ultimate, but wasn't able to do so. So that's also going on cooldown. Really good opener overall here for Dorado Gaming. These 8 minutes have played out for them pretty nicely. They got first strike. They should now, with that kill, have an easy time securing all 3 of these grubs. So there is really a good chance, especially with how well this bot lane is going, that one good play could mean first break.
Yep. Dorado Gaming already doing a great job of attacking the one side of the map that they had already burned a Summoner Spell advantage from. Normally, I would imagine if you wanted to try and decelerate the scaling aspect of this comp, which is the Smolder as much as possible, but because they know that Smolder can't really do anything, you might as well attack the bridge that is supposed to get Luminosity Gaming to that point of the map, because then if there's no bridge, then Dorado Gaming just run over the map anywhere uncontested.
And we're going to see this first blood again. Remember, Insanity was flashless because of the attention Kaido and Shochi paid to him in the mid lane. So really nice to capitalize on that right before an objective. So all 3 grubs went to Dorado Gaming. Now, again, it opens up this opportunity for them to collect a lot more turret plates. And if they get a successful playoff, they can turn that into so much more, Mark. They can accelerate the game the way LG did in Game 1.
Yep.
And maybe show us glimpses of that comeback that we were hoping to see.
True. Credit to Luminosity Gaming. They haven't fallen behind in gold that much yet. It's only a 500 gold difference. Still a lot of damage coming out from Sushi's Yanara. Tactical trying to space it out as much as possible and give respect to when he needs to. Dorado Gaming, next objective to look at is that second dragon coming up in the next minute or so. First item has yet to be completed by any member here, but because of the early bit of injection of gold for Oriana's Yorick, he is just under 1,300, if not 1,000 gold away from being able to complete a Trinity Force. So he should be able to have push priority over Fake God relatively soon if he's able to continue this acceleration uncontested by Luminosity Gaming. And by the time this dragon comes up, Kaido might be close to his Kraken Slayer as well, so this could be just an overall good fight for Dorado Gaming to force.
Absolutely, especially with the pressure Sushi's able to lay on to Tactical, both with shoving waves and also getting these superior health trades, really does mean that I think Dorado Gaming don't even need to force much of anything. Just need to do their due diligence, put a little forward vision, and they should get this dragon with little to no issue.
Hazel and Tactical trying to step up right now and see if they can contest some of this vision that you were talking about, but for Dorado Gaming, they still have a control ward on that Banana Brush. Public Execution snacks Kaido. He still has the Lamp Respite. Should be able to buy some time here. Big knock up on the other side of the map, though, and Kaido's able to distance himself away. Wild Growth gives him a lot of HP back. Zazel trying to push the fight forward, force the flash away. Fake God flashes in, finds the snag with the Q, and Dorado Gaming just lost out in their jungle. They trade on to Fake God, but now there's no smite to contest the second dragon of the game, and Zazel is able to receive Ariana. Antonio goes over the wall, destroys Mixture. The advantage advantage that Dorado Gaming just had is dashed away.
That's a game-warping fight, Mark, because LG managed to secure the Dragon. They halt the Drake stacking, and what does that mean? It gives Tactical time. Tactical, who's getting pressured by Sushi and Mixture this whole game, who's been falling behind, he has a little more of that breathing room now before that Soul gets onto the table.
Watch this fight again. The Lamb's Respite pop is nice for Kaido to be able to reposition, but no one from Dorado Gaming was able to push Fake God or Zazel out of the pit.
Yeah, the problem really is that at the start of that fight, it was a good capitalize from Luminosity Gaming. Fact is, Kaido was by himself. He was separate from his team, and Lamb's Respite or not, he is very squishy. So Dorado, they need to play these fights out very carefully, and that one mistake was basically cost them that Dragon.
Yeah, something that was also pretty big for Luminosity that I didn't take consideration into. Because Tomio had spent a lot of time counter jungling when Kaido was trying to force a lot of issues on the bottom side of the map, took the first dragon, which stalled his own tempo of clearing camps. Tomio walked into that fight with a Heartsteel on his side, so he was already a big, beefy boy. He collects some Heartsteel stacks on top of the fight as well. And when a majority of your damage goes into Fake God trying to aggress and no one can really kill this Sejuani afterwards, I know we talk about a tank being, oh yeah, tanks don't do that much damage.
Sejuani does.
Yeah.
I will
Especially
say
when she
too,
gets an early Heartsteel.
Oh yeah, and I will say, part of that is the consequences too of, remember what was happening early on during that first Scuttle Crab on the bottom lane.
Yep.
Kaido lost a couple of his respawn camps,
Yep.
and that's a pretty big lead if Tomio is cycling his camps correctly, and that's what led to that item advantage.
Tomio might be caught here though. Shochi with the collapse forcing this Sejuani to flash away. Will preserve his life for now, but now that is a summoner spell gone off of Tomio.
Yeah, nice defense of the blue buff, and also going to give Kaido a chance to get some farm back with this Scuttle Crab. Really important, again, now that we're seeing the Kraken Slayer come through, now we're even in terms of items across the board. And at the moment, oh, hey!
Oh, hey! That's a wild Sejuani. Ariana forced to flash away.
Oh,
Fake God
nice!
You know, I wonder if Fake God really actually wanted to take that public execution.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Tomio had all... He wanted that. I promise.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Wait, why didn't Tomio throw out ulti then? Did he not have it off cooldown yet?
Okay, genuinely, that's a great question, because it looked like he had it the whole time. But maybe he just decided, whatever. We forced him off the wave, good enough.
Oh, hey!
Then again, he's
Wait
here.
A minute.
Oh, hey!
This is why we saved the Glacial Prison. We give Ariana the false sense of confidence. Public execution does not matter. Glacial Prison, totally enough for Ariana to go down here, and Insanity will get in on the kill credit as well.
Yeah, big kill. After forcing Oriana's flash, you're taking another member of Dorado Gaming off the map. And we'll say this is in response to the Herald. They are giving up the chance to be able to pick up that objective, but I think it's LG that's fine because no one can stop this turret from going down, and they're able to increase this gold lead that they've gotten further.
Oh boy, beat down. It's happening again. Luminosity
yeah.
Gaming find the one explosive team fight in the mid game, and they're starting to continuously barrage that advantage further and further against Dorado Gaming. At least for their sake, they're able to find a Rift Herald here, since Kaido was on the top side while Tomio committed to the play on the bottom side of the map. So there's some objectives that Dorado Gaming are finding for themselves. They still have the power of these 3 grubs. They have yet to use it in full strength, though, because they haven't had any windows where they're pushing on these turrets isolated.
Yeah, and I will say, updating on that stat count for Tactical, he's at 124. I mean, I think he is a little behind. Usually it ramps up as you get more stacks and are able to affect more minions and of course get some haste in your build. But even at this stage, you do expect to be a little bit further. So even though LG are finding some wins, Tactical still suffering from that early game pressure Sushi and Mixture were throwing his way.
Sushi has done his job to the best of his ability. Sushi actually building a phage. Wait a minute. What is the second item going to be? It's either Black Cleaver, I don't think it's
Not Trinity Force.
Yeah, it can't be Trinity Force because the Health Crystal doesn't build into Hearthbound Axe. What the? Is there a new Yunara build that I'm not familiar with, chat? What is?
We'll see. We'll find out. Let's let the build speak for itself when it comes through.
I mean, I'm down with it. Oh, good dodge by Sushi over the wall. He does go Transcended for it so that he had access to the dash, but it's Glacial Prison that is expended by Tomio. Meanwhile, Insanity is pushing uncontested on the top side of the map there. Turret does fall in favor of Luminosity. That's 3 turrets in total. A lot of gold has been injected into their pockets, and now they find themselves just under 3,000 gold in advantage.
Yeah, and again, superior map awareness and map play from Luminosity Gaming. It really comes with the experience and the skill we've seen from these players over the last couple of years. Where the early game looked like it was starting off hot for Dorado Gaming, now LG have been able to macro their way into a fat 2,000 gold lead. Dorado will take the Drake, but LG, they do have something to say about it. It's definitely going to be about the fight after.
Oh, no! Thank God! Soul the Dragon! Did Kaido not have Smite?
He did not have Smite. He still doesn't have Smite. Mark, look, I know I said losing the first Drake was going to be me disconnecting, but I kind of want to disconnect right now.
Oh, Dios mío.
That's bad.
Oh,
That's bad. That's bad.
What?
That is tough.
No
because-
tengo palabras, beat down. I have no words. I'm so baffled.
It's unlucky. Because, you know what? Dorado Gaming, they were doing a pretty good job stalling the members of LG. The damage calculation just wasn't quite there. And Kaido wasn't able to finish it fast enough. That's tough because, you know, this is the Smolder comp. You expect to be way ahead in Dragons. You know, in another world, Dorado Gaming have 3 of them right now. But instead, they have 1, which is far less than ideal. And, I mean, I think this replay is just cruelty. We know what happened. And you know, there's this mental aspect to the stress. Like, cannot be explained. That Dorado Gaming are now under, and yet it's another stalling tactic because, again, now Tactical just has even more time before he has to worry about really hitting those 225 stacks. So the fact that he's been put behind this game doesn't matter.
Realistically, be down. I just want to go back in the VOD and see why was the Smite down in the first place. I mean, I don't know if he used it earlier to try and burn down the dragon, like to make it faster, or if Dorado was trying to sneak it, or if Kaido had already used his Smite on another camp and didn't have it up and available. But that is very devastating because that was the Drake stacking was your tactic to try and accelerate the game pace before Tactical got to that 225 stack mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Tomio able to dash over the wall to safety. Throws out the Glacial Prison. Nice combo there from Insanity. Lamb's Respite is forced out of Kaido. Can he dash over the wall back to safety? He's hiding still, but he's still in the thick of it. Forced to flash to the left side as Insanity was threatening over the wall as he flashed in for the kill. But now Sushi has to distance himself away. Mom comes through, almost forces Sushi out of the fight alongside Kaido. Both of the marksmen from Dorado Gaming critically low, but no one goes down in the fray. But because Dorado members are chunked and Luminosity aren't, they can start the Otacon.
And it's another objective. LG happily going to walk away with this one as they're going to get a huge amount of experience, a huge amount of adaptive force, and this is them firmly grasping control of this game here. You can see it, Dorado Gaming, they're beginning to crumble. Even though it was a pretty good start from them, they are starting to run out of options.
Otacon secure for Luminosity, and Beatdown, we have answered the question to what Sushi was building. It's an experimental hex plate.
True. Well, there you have it. I mean, it makes sense. Considering the buffs they got recently, and, you know, has all the stats you'd want.
And Yunara is pretty OP when she's transcended. Dorado forcing this fight on the top side of the map, but everyone else from Luminosity collapses first, and there's no Land's Respite to bail out Kaido this time around. Tomio flashing over the wall aggressively, looking for the Glacial Prison right on top, but nice buffer from Shoshi with the Justice Punch so that he gets out even while stunned in ice.
Ooh, but still, you lost your jungler yet again in the process. And the collapse continues for for Dorado Gaming, excuse me. And they even have time to answer Orianna on the other side of the map. There's really just no response Dorado Gaming are able to have.
Beatdown during MSI, I remember stating after a certain FlyQuest Game 1 against BLG that if your jungler ever complains that they're given Sejuani and that they quote-unquote cannot carry with this champion, then you just look at Inspired Game 1 on the Sejuani and how he was Omega fed, and look at the state that Tomio is in now. 2 items to his name, decent stacks on the Heartsteel, Frozen Heart as well. None of the AD carries are doing damage to this guy because they don't really have any armor shred, which now prompts Kaido to rush the Black Cleaver so that he can shred the armor for both him and Sushi. But it is so tough to try and break this tank, and as much as I memed it and saying, oh, it's not that fun of a champion for an R5 pick, it has been probably the most effective champion on the map in this game too.
Yeah, and Kaido falling behind the curve as well because Tomio's hit that 2-item mark. And Kaido's not really that close to the Black Cleaver yet. Now you can see the posturing because this next dragon fight is so important, but you can see how outmatched Dorado Gaming are in this stage of the game. And LG, they are looking to push that.
Tactical at execute mark. This is no longer a winning fight for Dorado Gaming. Mom comes through, threatens Dorado Gaming back, as Kaido does not want to pop the Lamb's Respite anytime soon. With the dragon as the big objective, Shochi tries to posture for a flank, but he gets caught out first, and in the 1v3 can't even bring down Zazel alongside with him. Now a 5-on-4 in advantage for Luminosity.
That's right, and their soul point is going to come down as well, and we just got word Zazel lived with 10 HP. Dorado Gaming not able to finish much of anything. Like, this has been just another great match, great series from Luminosity Gaming, the way they've been able to play out these game states, play the map, even in situations that aren't as favorable for them. Really shows you, again, the experience on this roster, why we value them so highly as a team, and why so many teams in the league respect them so much.
Yeah. Sure, they're playing the meta stuff, but they have proven to be masters at that so far here in the NACL season. And if it ain't broken, don't need to break it or change up the formula. Kaido has hit 5 marks in the game on the Kindred. Unfortunately, Beatdown, I don't know how much of that matters now because he still does not have any access to armor penetration, still trying to farm up for that Black Cleaver. This Sejuani is practically unbreakable because the only magic damage that is coming from Dorado Gaming's side is this Galio, and because it's a Hollow Radiance into what looks like a Rift Maker,
yeah,
that's not a significant amount of magic damage that makes Tomio think, yeah, I should build some magic resistance this game. No, this guy can just stack up armor. Look, Bramble Vest, Steel-plated caps, tier 2.
Yeah.
He should be able to pick up the tier 3 boots version of that alongside Frozen Heart. I mean, Tomio is not going down anytime soon.
He will not die. I think he will go deathless this game, to be perfectly honest. But we'll see. Sushi, I think that 3rd item is going to be a big break point here for Yunara. Having access to that Lord Dominic's regards does mean that he'll have his own armor shred. Once now that the Black Cleaver is out, excuse me, if they're hitting the same target, I think Dorado Gaming can get some good damage done. I think Tomio, I don't want to say he's vulnerable, but it will be possible to actually take him out. It just depends on how these fights actually break out.
And also, while they're hitting Tomio, who's hitting them?
Yeah.
That's always the big fear. Weaver's Wall. Oh, that's a good Weaver's Wall. Kaido forced to use the Battle Dance or Dance of Arrows over the wall. Yeah, he's okay. Oh, good seismic shove. Good public execution. Lands Respite, stalls out the fight for now. Shochi's in with the hero's entrance, tries to front line. 2-man taunt, catches tactical even after the flash. It's decent from the side of Dorado Gaming, but their backline is so chunked. Sushi has to step up and take over the entire world. He is the only one that can give Dorado Gaming the space they need. And Luminosity Gaming are not able to follow through on any of the kills they had set up.
Yeah, Dorado, honestly, solid exchange coming through from them. A lot of ults used by LG, and they weren't able to turn them into kills. And Dorado, they're still working with that wild growth from Mixture. The question is, will they be able to respond to this Baron take fast enough? They have 2 teleports. You got to imagine those are getting used immediately. But Kaido is low. He doesn't have the Lamb's Respite, so this is going to be difficult, maybe impossible.
Can Kaido get there in time?
Oh,
It's already
nope.
less than 2k HP. Not gonna happen. The Baron is secured for Luminosity. And now Dorado will try to see if they can chase and capture any stragglers here from Luminosity, but it looks like everyone is making a clean getaway. Ariana can't find anyone to lock down with the Dark Procession. So Luminosity, all 5 managed to survive, and now they will redeploy on the map with Baron on their side.
That's right. That upfront gold, so valuable. And of course, the ability to buff up the minions means that LG looking to do some real damage to Dorado Gaming structures. And there's still plenty of tier 2s to take down. Mark, this gold lead that we're seeing from LG, it could be so much worse, and I think we might find out how much worse it can be.
It's nearly a 7,000 gold advantage for Luminosity. Infernal Soul coming up for them in 1 minute and 15 seconds now. Dorado Gaming, if there is a chance to come back in this game, it is trying to find Tactical, who has no flash on this Smolder, and working their way up the food chain from there. There's a lot of shutdown bounties that they can collect, but these guys are so strong from Luminosity. They're at the peak of their strength. 3 items on the Smolder, 3 items on the Talia. This Sejuani is practically unkillable, and Luminosity Gaming are just making their way through the base of Dorado.
That's right, and it's going to be a very successful Baron power play coming through here as this gold lead just continues to grow. And at this point, you got to be really careful as members of Dorado Gaming. 1 pick, 1 lost fight. This is going to be the end of your time here in the upper bracket.
Just keeping it slow for Luminosity for now. They don't need to press the pace of the game. This composition practically scales to infinity thanks to the power of this Smolder. Teleport comes in, Fake God, forced out, loses nearly 40% of his HP, does not have teleport, so he has to stay. Luminosity now have the posture for— oh, Tactical! The flash, there's the cleanse from the McHales! Or actually, it's just the Quicksilver Sash that keeps him alive. That was a close call for Tactical there, but he is still below 50% HP. He has got to be careful.
I mean, this is not a great time to lose out on most of your health here, and Zazel doesn't have access to the Unbreakable Will. This is the best chance Dorado Gaming are going to get this game. They need to take it, Mark. They need to keep pushing.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of HP, though. The poke from Insanity is so good. Mom comes through. Shochi gets burned to a crisp. Lamb's Respite keeps the majority of the members alive, but they have to bail. Public Execution. Flash from Insanity. On the engage. And Luminosity rip apart Dorado and put them down. Luminosity continue to shine as brilliantly as they did at the end of Split 1. Pick up the ace in 29 minutes and will complete the series.
And that's it. LG, 1 best of 5 away from top 2. 1 best of 5 away from making it to the LTA promotion tournament for a chance to make it back into the LTA.
Conviction Esports, I hope you're ready because the best is coming your way. Luminosity Gaming advanced to the winners finals of NACL Split 2.
And what a dominating fashion they did it in as well, Mark. This game, I think, yet another testament to the skill and knowledge, experience these players are working with. Just the fact that things started off well for Dorado Gaming, but they weren't able to keep up with LG at the end of it. And not that this isn't exactly an unexpected result, but it really just shows you again how scary of a team LG are.
There's not much that we can say that we haven't already said about Luminosity Gaming over the course of the split. The amount of praise that they deservedly have gotten over these past few weeks. And even though the way that the split kicked off was a very funny one, dropping their best of 1 match to CCG, Luminosity Gaming have not looked back ever since. They have kept an overall very clean game record throughout the regular season, and now going into the playoffs, they have pretty much dumpstered every single team that they have encountered in the playoffs so far. And now, chat, it's time to let us know who you think deserves the MVP for this series. Fake God, Tomio, Insanity are your candidates. I think a good shout out over to Zazel because he connected with Tomio a lot, especially in the first game of this series, to make a lot of those plays happen. But I think it would also be hard to not include any of the other options there as well. So, I mean, overall, Luminosity Gaming as a whole did a fantastic job this series.
They did. Again, they proved why this team has so much respect on their name from other teams in the league. I will be really excited to see that winners final between them and Conviction, because Conviction also looked really good today as well, and maybe they can finally give LG that challenge we're hoping somebody can give them. But for now, LG look untouchable.
And Conviction Esports just might be their toughest challenge yet in a best-of-5 setting. No more best-of-3s! Can we just celebrate?
That's true!
Once again, this was our last best-of-3. We get best-of-5s now. This is where the chips really get thrown down on the table, where you get to see limits pushed to the max. You get to see champion pools fully explored to see if the niche champion picks in the back pocket are, coming out, if there's creativity. And we had a little bit of this conversation before Beatdown as we go through the highlights of this game. What a match like Luminosity versus Conviction Esports is going to look like, because Luminosity Gaming definitely look incredible as just a standard team. They play all the standard picks, they play all the meta champions and the compositions and their timers around the map superbly well, and even in times when they have found themselves behind in gold early on, they have been one of our best teams at recognizing how to capitalize on mid-game swings and regaining control of the game.
Yeah, and I will say, even though I agree that LG are the best team in the league at playing standard, we've seen in the past that these players also will play some of these off-meta picks. They are very flexible. They are willing to play some of these spicier picks as well. So from a draft standpoint, from a strategy standpoint, it really feels like on their best day, like, how do you outplay them? It's going to have to be on the Rift. And I mean, every time we watch the play on the Rift, it feels like nobody can outplay them.
Just going back through their regular season and seeing if Luminosity dropped any other games outside
they dropped
of the
one
CCG
more
match. They dropped it to Supernova earlier on. What week was that? Was that week?
I give a 25% chance if you just guess, but either way, again, it was best of one format, and it doesn't really show the full strength of teams, and also the fact that LG historically will drop game one actually pretty often in a lot of their series.
That is totally fair, and I think it just the fact that it happened in week 2 instead of later on in the regular season just adds more to the fact that early on Luminosity Gaming were finding their footing again. It adds up to the loss that they had against CCG to kick off the things for the split, but the fact that they've ramped up since, and now that we're in full fearless mode and extended series format, I know there's been a lot of discourse and conversation about how the rapid change in formats is going to really test teams and really push them on the back foot. Some teams are going to thrive in best of ones, and other teams are going to again thrive when it returns to best of 3. And right now, Luminosity Gaming just showing that when it comes to this format, they are pretty damn good, if not unbeatable. We'll see if Conviction Esports can beat their first real challenge when it comes to this format.
Very likely will be. I don't think that's going to be a very quick series by any means compared to what we've seen over the last few days. Yeah, it should be a super banger. I'm really excited to watch it. It is going to be next week, so we'll have to see how that one ends up taking place. I know I'm not on it. I think neither of us are on next week, so we're just going to be watching this as fans.
We get to be fans. We get to be spectators. We get
to vote in Twitch chat for who we think is going to win.
We have the power now, Beatdown. Let's go. We get to heckle the casters. We
can do one better. We can DM the casters and heckle them.
Okay, we must show up when Cubby is casting. And
yes. Yes. That's handshake, bro. Like, I'm on it.
Well done, well done. Right now, Cubby is out of town, which is why he, after Wednesday, he was not on any more broadcast matches, but he will be returning back to us next week. I don't remember what it is. Actually, it doesn't matter. Cubby is having a good time. No.
Bachelor party?
I think he's reuniting with some friends. That's a good reason. It's a good reason to not co-stream.
I'll accept
But you know what? It's okay. He'll be coming back, and he'll catch himself back up, and then we'll be there in Twitch chat to greet him and harass him, as it's always a good time. We should be getting our interview lined up soon. While we are here, Beatdown, and we're just chilling and vamping, I want to remind everyone at home that if you're not already following our social media at NACL across all channels, at WatchNACL for Twitter as well. Also use the hashtag NACL. We recently released our second All-Pro votes earlier today. Porter, Dardock, Insanity, who just played, Sajed, and Breezy. If you want to get in the conversation, because I know All-Pro votes are always a hot debate topic, and it's always fun to see everyone else's opinions on them. It was definitely really tough for us on the broadcast to vote because 9 best of ones, not a lot of sample size. We don't get access to scrims. We don't get access to see what's going on behind the scenes either. So we have to make the best judgment on small sample size, and
happens.
I definitely wish we had a little bit more games to work with, but it is what it is, and we try to make the best choices that we can make. But I know that they're not going to be perfect, and I believe we have MVP.
We do.
At least selected. So let's go and see who won it all. My money is on a certain jungler, but we'll see if anyone else thinks differently. And in the end, yeah.
It's just a jungle kind of day, man. I don't know what to tell you. Well deserved.
When it's jungle diff, the games can feel so, well, what's the word?
Oppressive?
Yeah, oppressive. Because all the objectives that help win you the game is being taken away from you. The pace of the game is pretty much diminishing your ability to make plays in return. And once again, Tomio just showed in both games between Maokai, he was the first one to make proactive moves. In the second game, even though it was Kaido kind of running the early game, Tomio dropped eco, went for plays that he knew he could in counter jungling, and then made use of that first item spike before anyone else did, and then Sejuani just became unkillable.
Yeah, it's a pretty good assessment right there. There's really not much else to say about it. I think Tomio did play out the series really well. There were a lot of great arguments for other players too, but Twitch chat just comes to the right conclusion, I don't remember what day it was, but sometime in like week 2 or something, I didn't believe in Twitch chat, but they succeeded, and I was like, wow,
there was an early instance where you were like, what the heck, Twitch chat? What is going on? What happened here? What was the bias? And then afterwards, you have been a Twitch chat fan ever since.
I've been a fan. I've been a believer ever since. Good job.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
You did well.
Just an update, y'all. I believe we are still waiting to load up an MVP
or not. Am I right?
An interview with one of the players from Luminosity Gaming. If by the off chance we're not able to get the interview, we will let you know and we'll proceed to close out the show. But until then, we're chilling. So you know what, be down, because it is the end of the show, and we get a chance to cool down.
Okay. Cool down. Cooling. Cooling.
We'll scoop back in. It's time to wind down the evening.
What are you gonna do after the show, Mark? Tell me. What do you got plans for dinner? Let's hear it.
Well, I wasn't thinking about dinner plans. I was thinking about preps for LPL, because I'm casting LPL later tonight.
Wow, that's psychopathic. Good luck.
Thank you. The grind never sleeps, man. Grind never stops. Update y'all though. If you are still in chat and you were thinking about going for a snack break, we have our interview.
Now is not the time.
Coming up soon, literally in less than 45 seconds. So just hold on to your butts. I know I am, because I want to talk to someone from Luminosity Gaming. More than likely, I imagine that we will get an interview with Mr. Tomio himself, since he was the MVP, the notorious Maokai Sejuani enjoyer.
Hold on, I can guess too. You're right, Mark. It is Tomio, because I can see that he's in the call right now. My powers of precognition are just unmatched.
You're spoiling the broadcast secrets, Beatdown.
What? Why are we lying to the fans? We can see who's in the call already. Like, it's okay. It's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how production works. Sometimes we get access to information that you guys don't first, so then
Sometimes.
We only sometimes. Only sometimes. But when we do, sometimes we'll reveal them in a manner to be like, I didn't know that this was gonna happen.
Oh,
Look,
whoa, who's we? Nintendo Wii, bro? That's not me, bro. That's not me.
Beatdown's an honest man. Good for you. Good for you. No, it's okay.
All right,
All
Curse
right,
of
well,
Strahd
you know
is over. We don't have to vamp anymore.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Tomio himself to the interview desk. The victorious jungler, deathless on the Sejuani. Welcome back, brother. I see. You guys are in Toronto right now at the. Are you at the Shopify Rebellion facility still?
We're at the Shopify office, and we're using their esports floor. They lent it to us. Very kind and generous and courteous of them. Shout out to them over there and Dario. So without them, we couldn't have a boot camp and play together here. So
yeah, no, I think that has helped a lot. You guys were already having a pretty dominant regular season, but ever since you guys came together in Toronto, I think the vibes even look more immaculate on the Rift. The coordination, the communication looks pretty pristine. This was a pretty, I have to say, an easy series for you guys to sweep. And now you are in the winners final, one best of 5 win away from being able to qualify for the LTA promotion tournament. Your opponent is Conviction Esports. Do you fear them at all? Is there anything that you're worried about them, or is it just going to be another day in the office for you?
to me, personally, I can't speak for others, but I don't really fear them or anybody. In the end of the day, it's just League of Legends, and just do our jobs, and I just have to jungle correctly, play the game correctly, and should be easy win. Another day of like scrims or simple practice. As long as we don't get too cocky, we stay humble, and we're confident in our game, I think everything should be good.
Fair enough. I wanted to ask you, I'm not trying to get too ahead. I'm sure you guys are taking it one day at a time, but I'm curious if you guys ever have like talks, or if you personally are feeling any sort of like excitement, because so far in this playoffs, you guys are running things. Now you're one match away from not just top 2, but the LTA promotion tournament. Is there any expectation there, or are you really trying to just take it one step at a time, not look too far forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall everybody's goal is for sure to look for promotion at the end of the year, the tournament, and get back into the league, whether we're playing together as a team or individually. But for sure, we gotta take it one step at a time, because you can never jump the bus and get too ahead of yourself, because we gotta get there first. We gotta get top 2, make finals first, then we can talk about playing promotion tournament. So definitely first we need to win playoffs, because we all want to win, and then after, the end goal for the whole year combined that we talked about is for promotion. So we're looking forward to that and pretty excited just to play some league and compete for something that's on the line. I'd say it's just as a player, it's always lovely and fantastic.
I mean, you've been able to get there before, and we know that you have the skill and the ability to do it again. But I want to take a break outside, or the scope outside of League of Legends. The fact that you are all together now in Toronto. What are some of the activities you guys are doing when you're not playing or scrimming? You guys going around Toronto? I don't remember what the downtown district is called. Nate, you're the Toronto local, so you have to.
Yeah. I mean, right now
it's just called downtown.
Okay.
We're in Toronto, and we're usually the most we're doing is just getting food together, talking, chatting about life, talking about League of Legends, because we all love League of Legends, and walking and just breathing air together. Really, it brings the mood up and vibe up, and I think it's a super buff when you can play for teammates in person. And other than that, we have 4 people that live in a singular 1 bathroom, like 1 bed area, so that's a lot of bonding. I'm sure after hours, after night, we're definitely getting very bonded together. I could speak from experience, so that's really good, and I think that's really making us win these playoff games so gracefully and easily, and it really means a lot that my teammates are willing to fly out and come to my city.
Yeah. I bet the YYZ is popping, and between breathing air and bonding together, those are some prime time activities. Quick question: I haven't been to Toronto many times, only a couple. But
Shame on you.
My bad, Beatdown. But Beatdown is a local, and a couple of the places that he's taken me to, I'm just curious if you've been there, is Minerva, which is like a Korean spot.
Oh, he means Owl of Minerva.
Owl of Minerva, and
Yeah.
what's the Thai place, Beatdown?
Pie.
Yeah.
Guys, Tomio, brother, listen to me.
Yeah, we'll hit up.
You guys
We'll
like
hit up
Thai
Pie
food?
restaurant.
Go to Pie. Good
Yeah,
lord.
we got a lot of cuisine. We tried that Jamaican jerk
Yeah.
chicken,
Nice.
Chinese food, Korean
Yeah.
food, Japanese. Like
Yeah.
we're taking all the flavors down here.
Good,
Down in Toronto
good.
at boot camp. I'm giving like a tour to the whole team, and they're
Yeah, you
loving
know,
it and
you
enjoying
know.
it. Even
you know.
Canadian McDonald's, Tim Hortons.
It is
all
better
of
here,
that, all of that's
unironically.
good stuff. So appreciate them for appreciating me and letting me guide them around the city.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. Any you guys karaoke? You hitting up the late night karaoke after a win?
No, we're out here grinding, sweating.
Yeah.
You know what? Fair enough.
Like it's an all in or nothing. League of Legends is our lives, and we got to put it all in, or what's the point of it being here? So
Facts.
that's the expectation over here at Luminosity Gaming.
Right. Respect the hustle and the grind. Before we let you go, Tomio, any last shout-outs you got for us?
I don't really have any shoutouts, but if I were to shout out somebody that come to mind, it would probably be Tactical, formerly IMT Tactical, my teammate Edward. And one thing that I want to shout him out is he's been making me happy a lot. He's been making me very happy, one way or another, whatever you spin it off. But he's making me happy, and that's about it.
Shout out to Eddie, man, the
Yeah,
GOAT,
love him.
making Tomio happy. If Tomio's happy, then Luminosity Gaming is happy, and we see
Exactly.
it on the Rift, through and through. Thank you, Tomio. See you next
You guys,
week, brother.
see ya. Peace, peace.
Peace.
All right, peace.
I love Tomio interviews, man.
Yeah. I will say, I really appreciate the vocab. Bro's really up this game.
Yeah.
Up,
Dude,
up
every
the
time we've
vernacular,
gotten
I like
Tomio
it.
on an interview, he's become more eloquent, and he's coming in with more assertive things to say. I just
Adjectives.
he's up in his interview game. He's getting ready for that promotion back into LTA, so that
Yeah.
when Kangas puts him on the spot, because I know
I miss
Kangas has been doing
Kangas.
a lot more fun interviews. I think there's going to be some content there, you know. But Luminosity have to push through all the way there. But they have the means to do it, Beatdown. And
They do.
with the conclusion of this series, that is the end of our broadcast. So let's take a look back at the bracket just
True.
to remind ourselves where all the teams now stack up. Winners Finals is going to be Conviction taking on Luminosity Gaming. That will be September 3rd, which is not next week, but the Thursday afterwards. That's going to be a banger. Oh my goodness. Conviction and Luminosity will be able to crown our first contender going into the LTA promotion tournament. And then on the lower bracket next week, where action resolves, Supernova taking on Dorado and Dark Zero taking on Blue Otter.
Yeah, that's right. It would have been some next level poetry if Blue Otter got to play Supernova again. But you know, maybe if the stars aligned, we could see that rematch. But either way, this is what we were hinting at. Dorado Gaming, Blue Otter. They definitely had a great start in the upper bracket. And now they're kind of paying for that in a way, facing who the other beats in that first round. And now it's a best of 5. Now both of those teams are back with a vengeance. And now they definitely have their work cut out for them.
Everything is coming down to the wire. Beatdown. We are running out of teams left in this bracket. Obviously today we did not eliminate any teams today, but they have been sent down to the lower bracket and they have lost a life in this playoff stage. For us, looking forward, as we already hinted for next week's matchup, it's going to start with Dark Zero's best of 5 against Blue Otter. Now, we know that Blue Otter was successful in taking down Supernova in the upper bracket, but it looks like for Dark Zero, who also were taking a unexpected loss against Dorado Gaming in the upper bracket, we are now in best of 5 territory. Yesterday, Dark Zero seemed a lot more competitive than they did against Dorado when they played against Winthrop, and I think one can argue that Winthrop University were just as competitive a team as Dorado for the majority of the split. If not only Dorado Gaming starting to ramp up towards the end of the regular season and Winthrop still kind of stagnating. So now, there's a chance that Dark Zero just continues to pummel through the competition, or if Blue Otter got something to show now in a best-of-5 format beatdown.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's definitely a lot of work to be done for Dorado Gaming and Blue Otter, but they have almost a week to do it, Mark. So they have, they have time, they have practice to be done, and who knows? We'll see if they'll be able to actually surprise us once again.
Yep. As we close out the show beatdown, a couple things that we got to shout out. First of all, ProDev.gg, you've heard us talk about them all day, and it's for good reason. These guys have such cool services available. One-on-one coaching with pros, both currently or former, from the LTA or NACL. You can schedule using the QR code or just going to the website prodev.gg and being able to help get some tips in or work on some goals you might have before the ranked season ends for the second split of the year. It'll be a nice way to cap off this season and before moving on into split 3, just coming up in about a month's time, since we're on the last couple of patches, or maybe just the overall last patch of split 2. And then, of course, if you want to have any other contributions or insights to whether what happened on today's games or all pro votes, hashtag NACL on all of our platforms, at NACL, at WatchNACL for Twitter specifically. And with that beat down, we did it! Two back-to-back, 2 O's in the books. Pretty fast show today. Was expecting to see maybe one game or one match go to 3, but you know what? The way that it came out, it just gives more hype to both Conviction Esports and Luminosity Gaming for that collision course in Winners Finals 2 weeks from now. So that's gonna be awesome. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
I'm excited too. I mean, honestly, we're at the point now where all the remaining matches are going to be really tight, going to be really exciting. So there's a lot to look forward to, and it's only best of 5s going forward. It's, of course, the best part about all this. We have nothing but long series left throughout the rest of the tournament. Well, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, in best of 5 formats, you get to see limits fully pushed, and you get to see story arcs completely take its time and fully develop over the course of one single series. And especially if you can get to game 5 in a fearless format, then gloves are thrown off, the Rock Lee ankle weights are dropped at that point, you don't know what's coming your way, especially with the creativity that some of our pros here in the NACL have shown. But again, thank you to everyone who came out and watched the broadcast. Shout out to all of our co-streamers. Shout out to all the pros for obviously competing and showing their absolute best and putting their hearts out on the Rift. And to everyone else, I'm going to leave you all with some very famous words and wise words from a pro that we just spoke to today. Hope you are all breathing air, taking some time, and bonding with someone out there. Thanks again for tuning in, and see you all next week. Wait a minute. Evolved drops in, but not enough damage to actually take him out quite yet. Seraph Shield popped. Kryra spinning to winning. That's a big fat shutdown, but Conviction Esports are rolling through everyone else on the stats. The mega death charge and the mega knockup coming in from Conviction Esports, and they are running through them all and dropping them like flies. Quack falls next. The Blade goes golden into the fountain, and he still survives through it all. A curtain call from Array as a last-ditch effort, maybe to at least find one member, but not a single one from Conviction Esports will fall. And Array, all he can do is just watch as his base crumbles. He gets assassinated, and Conviction Esports will catches a majority of it, but all out from Ariana trying to stall out Bacon on the backside, but they just flank from every single angle, and they overwhelm the front line of Dorado Gaming, and you can just see the massacre that is being laid to waste on the side of Dorado Gaming's map. Shochi has been isolated, and now Fake God is going to run down the Golden Emperor one last time. There's a Baron to take for Luminosity Gaming, but you can see that the carries are already in the base, getting some structures. Shoshi with the fancy feet is able to at least slide away from danger for now, but gets caught by the grand entrance, and that is enough for Fake God. He's so good. Mom comes through. Shochi gets burned to a crisp. Lamb's Respite keeps the majority of the members alive, but they have to bail. Public execution. Flash from Insanity Fall. And Luminosity rip apart Dorado and put them down. Luminosity continues
to shine as brilliantly as they did at the end of Split 1. Pick up the ace at 29 minutes.
Best is coming your way. Luminosity Gaming advanced to the winners finals of NACL Split 2.
And what a dominating fashion they did it in as